Bruno fucked off the ballers.
Curious about the mileage on this. Like, how many miles is this? Actually, if the Zancudo portion goes through the swamp, there might not be a murder kitty. Depending on where it crosses. The path, yeah. The cats live a little further up, closer to the mouth of. I don't know.
My art's not about fit.
We'll find out.
Hey, Bird. So, you and I should probably talk briefly before we start. You know,
Howdy.
Oh shit. How about that flight, huh? Delivery.
We have your client. Do you want to talk with her at all downstairs privately, or want us to bring her up here?
We'll go talk with her downstairs
Yeah.
very quick.
All right. Come on, this-
Follow the sound of your heels.
Yep. Careful. And the stairs.
I got it.
You still need to talk to her about get her statement
Careful,
if she
James.
wants to give one about what happened to her in prison.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, I completely forgot about that the other day. I feel like I
Back
just
so I
was
can
so
unlock it.
tired I passed out.
Yeah, it's been a...
Yeah, it's okay. Oh,
Yeah, we didn't get much of a chance of that storm that rolled in.
all right. I'll be right outside. I'm gonna leave the door unlocked.
Okay.
Okay.
Wilson.
This side, James. Behind you. There we go.
All right. Oh,
Almost.
yeah.
I'll just
Close
be hanging
enough.
out in the corner for you.
Oh.
All right. So it's the day. How you feeling?
I don't know. Fine, I
Yeah.
suppose.
Okay. I mean, at the moment, pretty much we've just got to wait to find out what the verdict is. Once we know the verdict, then we can have a discussion about where we go from there based on what those are.
Will they allow us to speak privately?
They should do. I don't see why they would be upset with that. Because we're going to need some time to prepare and figure out what we're going to do based on what the verdicts are. Because if, a lot of it doesn't go our way, we're going to need a few minutes to prepare for what would be the sentencing.
Is this like the full-on sentencing or just the
I-
verdict reading?
I
Should be
believe,
both.
I believe the intention is the verdict and then straight into sentencing.
'Cause I thought we were going to be allowed time, they had said at the court case to, sort of present an argument when deciding on sentencing.
I believe they want to do it back to back if they can.
And you
Let's
guys
say, well,
talk about.
yeah, I say we'll need to. So I'm sure if that's what they're going to do, we can get a good bit of time, sort of in between, to figure out what we're going to do. Again, let's not put the cart before the horse because we don't even know what the verdicts are going to be.
But just planning ahead, I know you fear about the option of the two worst case scenario outcomes, right?
I'm found guilty. I want death.
Okay, you want that.
Okay.
Okay, we'll keep that in mind.
I have nothing worse than spending the rest of my life withering away.
Okay,
Pizza soup.
so
Just getting
Different
more and more
food.
frail.
So I guess one of the things that we can then discuss if it comes to that is perhaps if it does come to that, I'm not saying it will, but if it does come to that, that we could probably try and at least then arrange what that would be.
We can motion to them. I mean, look, as far as I know, in this state, a request like that has not been made. Like, let's say hypothetically, they say life in prison, right? And we can motion to be like, we want the consideration for a death sentence, put in some sort of death row. I've been in that situation before with the client. It got accepted. It really depends on the judge. But if we could add a stipulation of you get to decide your own way you want to go, that could be pretty rad.
Very interesting. I suppose we'll have to see.
Yeah, again, let's
Viking
not.
funerals. I'm just saying. Have you ever seen a Viking funeral?
Understand what they are.
Yeah.
That doesn't interest me.
Okay.
I was gonna say, Beer. My dream is to shoot a flaming arrow at somebody's body going off a waterfall in a casket.
Seems like it'd
Like-
be uniquely difficult for you, blind man.
Oh,
You
that
know what?
much more
That was my
impressive.
dream before this happened. Yeah, if I really that would. Beer. If I could practice really good though. Consider.
But again, let's not
know
put
what?
the cart before the horse because we may not even get to that.
Yeah, don't put cars before horses because cars came after, right? That wouldn't make
What?
sense. Oh, I don't know. I'm nervous. All right, I'm nervous for you, and I'm really jet lagged. I just got off a flight. I was stuck other case
Yeah.
bullshit like for fucking 3 hours
Uh,
long.
Yeah.
today.
The other thing that we do have to ask you is the detective is asking if you want to give a statement about the attack on you in the prison.
Oh yeah,
Pretending to care about that now.
right.
Yeah, right. I know, but that's up to you if you want to do that or not.
Why not? I can be spiteful.
What? Hey, if they're gonna take you down, fucking drag some down with you.
Yeah, take him down with you. Yeah, we can get her in here. Well, I'm not sure we've got the time, but we can get them in. We can get that.
Got about 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Time. 4 minutes.
I can give them my statement, actually. Another officer took it, but then I suppose they wasn't aware there was a report.
Oh, officer forgot to put the report down or deliberately misworded something or some shit.
I don't
Well, it
know,
sounds
but
like-
if they're asking for my statement, then it makes me believe that they never got it.
Yeah, Wilson doesn't seem to have it, but
Yeah.
she said she. And I mean, if it's a attempted murder charge,
I believe it, which I believe it would be.
It would be mayhem. They
Yeah.
didn't have any intention of killing me. They made that very clear.
they maimed the shit out of you. That's a mayhem minor.
Yeah.
They made it clear that was their
Forgot all
intention.
about that. Oh, they want the smoke, huh? They want that mayhem charge. All
They
right.
cared.
People in the city only care about fucking animals they've never seen in the wild before. Everything else is, whatever. Tuesday.
Love
Yeah.
the creatures more than the people.
So I will prepare both of you now if you've not experienced it yet before. The last time there was a case of this nature that was this long, Judge Joy's verdict was referred to as the yappening. So we might get a big, yeah, we might be here a while listening
Yeah.
to his interpretation of events. I'll order pizza, okay?
Fair enough.
Burgers.
I find that curious. Why is he the one deciding the order of events and not just taking what he was told?
Well, I mean, that is kind of what the judges do, is right. So, the truth, I've always believed in. The truth is subjective. It's from the point of view of each of us that experience it. You know, from our POV, right? You take the prosecution story, he takes the facts and the evidence, and he tries to determine what exactly occurred, situation to situation to situation. Judge Joy, why they have him be the one to speak and say it? I mean, do I even have to say? Have you heard the guy's voice? He could be sentencing you to life in prison or death, and it'll still feel like you won a game show.
He's also, from my experience, a lot less vitriolically biased than some of the others too.
He's pretty much the only person on the judiciary that I fully trust to be unbiased. Like, I never question anything he says. I've had him give out verdicts that I've hated, and I maybe not fully agreed with it, but I trust that he knows better than me, and that's the only judge I could say that about. But you know, we can go up and prep it up there for you if you want. We can wait down here with you until it's time to go in and walk you in. But either way, I think the yappening part 2 is coming.
Yep.
So I can take my phone. I would like to watch something else while he's talking.
I would like to watch fucking anything while anyone's talking. Please. What am I talking about? Chin up. I think our chances. I don't think it'll go that long. There might be some shit that they tie in. You know, there's some piece of evidence that were concerning. A full-on life in prison. I don't know if they'd go that. The last guy, Stephen Baldwin, or whoever the fuck his name was, like, they straight up had like a book of him admitting that shit. They had eyewitnesses. Like, there was a lot. He had like 3 victims cowering and crying up on the fucking bench, and they don't have any of that for this for you. There's a lot of presumption. There's a lot of conjecture. There's a lot of we think sure this is what
Yeah.
happened. So
This
I'm
is
confident.
Yeah, this was far from a foregone conclusion.
And what about you, Chad?
The judges are ready.
Okay.
All right. We'll walk up. Is it okay if we walk up in there with her, or do you need us to go ahead?
No, it's okay. Just need to get her in cuffs and everything. You can step away.
All right. Good to see your hands, please.
Bring you all up together.
Let's put these on you.
Is he talking to me?
No, I'm not talking to you.
All right. Door's unlocked for you. It's going to give you a quick search before we go out. And we're all good. All right. Follow me.
Okay, let's follow anything. Right. There we go. And straight line from there up the stairs.
30 minutes later. I appreciate it. It sounded like there was some confusion with the scheduling aspect on it. The tentative time was set for 30 minutes prior to this. However, I myself
it,
was
and
unable to
then a
be
little
here
bit to the
until
right.
just this moment. So we did push it back 30 minutes
Right.
to allow me time to get here. So thank you all for being cooperative with that and allowing me that breathing room to
That's
get
it.
here.
Keep coming this way.
Welcome,
Your Honor.
Keep coming. Keep coming.
Hey, Pines.
A little bit further. and reach out with your left hand should feel the pain.
All right, is everybody who needs to be present in the courtroom today? Do we have everyone?
On the state side is present, Your Honor.
You need to use your will.
Same for the
Alright.
defense.
All right, I see we've got our defendant and we've got both counselors. Wonderful. Everybody's here. So, picking up where we left off, we took for I guess people who weren't here for the trial. What happened was we basically postponed the full verdict due to the fact of essentially the defense offered by the defense was not actually a valid defense to murder, and so given that there was a confession essentially on the record in an interrogation tape as to the murder of Paul, we found Fear guilty of that murder. And because the state is seeking the death penalty, there necessarily has to be consideration for mitigating factors, which means that there has to be a sentencing hearing. And so because we were going to have to bifurcate this anyway and handle it in a two-stage process, we decided, you know what, it would be a lot better for us to just take 3 full days to comb through all the evidence at our leisure and come up with what the ultimate verdict is going to be, rather than having everyone wait in a courtroom for hours upon hours upon hours while we look through not hundreds, but over, like, what was it, like 150, 160 reports. So we decided that was going to be a bad idea. We pushed it off to the sentencing hearing scheduled today. So, we've already got 1 murder for the murder of Paul Jones. Again, based off of a confession and based off of the only real stated defense of duress. And I had explained that duress, generally speaking, is not a defense. Actually, not generally. It's never a defense to murder. And there's kind of 2 reasons to that. One is because usually there's a categorical exemption from duress being used as a defense to murder in basically every jurisdiction, including this one, per our case law. But also, the sort of logical underpinnings of the duress defense is that if you're being threatened with a greater crime in order to commit a lesser crime, it's legally justifiable to commit the lesser crime in order to prevent the greater crime from happening. And that's kind of like the logical underpinning of the whole thing. And what that kind of creates is, if you're threatened with murder, in order to do a murder, it's not a lesser crime anymore, it's equivalent. And so there's no longer a legal justification for doing it. Now on to the other, what is it, 180 charges or something of that nature?
Yep.
God. I'm just going to do this in a story format. And by comparing all the scenes in chronological order and just going through my thoughts, because that is how I know how to do things best, and God, if I have to try and add any other kind of structure to this, we're going to be here all day. So, let's start with Stacy Recht, whose body was discovered sometime around March 28th at 11 p.m. Eastern. Per the reports, both medical and investigative in nature, there were a number of oddities surrounding this murder. This was the face stitched into a sad smile, the animal parts and carcasses being strewn about, the location of being in the Rockford Hills, just in someone's backyard near a pool, the way that the victim's phone was used to alert 911 to the murder itself, the strange messages about the heart being too loud and that it was pounding and that it wouldn't stop, and the pain in the head. The fact her phone was missing and then later found on the next victim, Jilly Markovic. The fact that her heart was removed from her body. The fact that Twinstas from her Twinsta account post-death about not deserving to die, and the fact that, and then later on, the fact that Fear changed the MDW photo of Stacy Recht at April 20th at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard. Also, something that I noted down based on the bank subpoenas, that Fear appears to have rented a car on March 28th at about 10 p.m. Eastern Standard, or Eastern Daylight, rather. This fact isn't necessarily dispositive, but as kind of a spoiler for the remainder of things, I did note that somehow Fear is renting a car roughly about an hour before every single attack and murder in this long list of attacks and murders. Things where it doesn't really mean anything on itself, but it's weird how it keeps happening over and 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 over. One thing that I noted about the Stacy Recht incident is that
Is he saying?
Your Honor, you may need
Joy,
a
you having
lead-in?
issues?
Yeah, cop
famous
out there.
paintings and sculptures and things like that. The
Yeah,
most
Your
notable-
Honor, you might have to start over at the things that you noted from Stacy Recht part.
This one bears a very
Now you're too quiet. You gotta unplug that mic again.
Did the mic do something bad?
Yeah, you're on it.
The last thing we heard,
Terrible.
things I noted about the Stacy Recht murder.
Your mic broke,
Oh.
and then we couldn't.
It broke. Okay, is it still broken?
You sound great, Your Honor.
Okay.
Last thing I
So
heard
the
was
thing that I
Stacy
noted about the
missing.
Stacy Recht murder is, looking at it, this felt very much, if you're familiar with The Sacred Heart of Jesus by Pompeo Batoni. In
Okay,
that,
well,
it's
below.
basically a picture of Jesus Christ holding his heart out as in a gesture, towards the viewer. Really, the only difference between this one and the Stacy Recht staging was the addition of the antlers around the head, which could be a reference to the crown of thorns. Pompeo Batoni did not paint the crown of thorns on Jesus Christ for this one, but it felt very reminiscent of that piece of artwork. Idle musings because I'm dressed in my art critic outfit. At the time of the Stacy Recht murder, though, because you don't really have a pattern with only one individual, there's not really much else to the Stacy Recht murder that really points to who may have done it. Because this is very much a case where the only way you find the identity of the killer is by combining all of these events together in their sum totality. So we're going to move on from Stacy Recht at this time, and we're going to go to Jilly Markovic, who was discovered sometime around 10
Oh,
p.m.
he's
Eastern
holding this all
Daylight
for
on
tension.
April 4th.
Good show.
And with this one, we have the sad smile stitching on the face. We have the use of the animal parts, the two coyote heads affixed to her arms, and the what's presumably a rabbit heart in her chest cavity. Located next to a pool, this time in Chumash, but also in someone's backyard. Once again, police were alerted via a 911 call by the victim's phone. There were more messages about the heart being too loud and it wouldn't stop. Her phone was missing and was then found on the next victim, Kayotani. Jilly's EMS belt and drugs were also missing and presumably would eventually start being found on some of the other scenes. There were other scenes that had drugs. I would venture to guess that at least some of these drugs were drugs that were on Jilly Markovic's EMT belt after being found. Jilly's heart was also removed from her body. There were more posts from the Jilly's Twinsta account post-death about them not deserving to die and things like that. Their MDW photo was also changed by Fear on April 20th at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard. One was a little bit of a harder one in terms of artistic staging, because on the one hand, the three heads evoke some kind of images of, you know, Cerberus, the loyal guard hound of Hades. But it didn't really quite fit because the third head was still human. You do know that there is a more contemporary artist, Guido Daniel, who was famous for something called what he called the Handimals, where he would manipulate the hands into a specific pose, and by using the perspective in which the hand was taken, and body paint, you know, on a live subject's hand, could make photorealistic looking animal heads, essentially using nothing other but body paint and body paint perspective and the kind of structure or bending of the hand and fingers. I think he had like 40 different animals that he did like that. All great. Here, I guess it was, I don't know, maybe a brute forced attempt at imitation of what if we just sever the hand and put an animal head on it instead. I'm not entirely sure.
Animorphs?
With Jilly, certain things start to come to light, especially with the conversations between Sam and Pines on Pines' burner phone. But I'm going to get into that a little bit later, because it will make more sense to go through the phone conversations all at once to keep a firm chronology of what's going on, rather than diving into it at this time. So for now, we're going to move on once again, this time to Kai Otani, whose body was found sometime around 11 p.m. Eastern Daylight on April 11th. Once again, a large number of similarities to the prior victims. The face is stitched up into a sad smile. The animal parts used with the deer pointing in the 4 cardinal directions. Once again, located in Vinewood Hills this time, but also in someone's backyard next to a pool. Police were alerted there via 911 by Kai Otani's phone. In this one, there was no message about hearts beating or pounding, but there was a message about pain in the head. So there is a connection to the Stacy Recht one, if there's not necessarily an explicit connection based on the 911 alone to Jilly Markovic. But that all kind of goes out the window considering Jilly's, I think Jilly's phone was found on Kai. So that's kind of the link between the two. And of course, Kai's phone was also missing and was then found on Amber Harper, who, spoiler alert, is the next victim. What's interesting about Kai is that his heart was not removed from the body. This is one of the few inconsistencies between Kai and the other murder victims. The lack of the removal of the heart, because for whatever reason, all of the upper body organs were kept in the chest cavity for Kai instead of being removed. Although he was bisected, but I don't know, just an odd detail. It doesn't really work. This is also when I guess the police start paying attention to the stride of the footprints that are found on scene. This is the first time the police note that in their investigation about the long stride of the footprints. Not really much else to go off with regards to the footprints at this time. That's something that develops a little bit later. Once again, there are Twinsta posts after the death about not deserving to die. There were no selfies posted from Kai Otani's Twinsta handle. There were selfies posted from Julie Markovic and Stacy Rex phone, but not in this case. On this one, Fear actually met with Kai Otani at the DMV on April 11th, 10 p.m. So about an hour-ish before death, Fear met with him. This is also one of the only ones where the rental cars don't really time up. Fear rented 4 different cars on April 11th, but this was all at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight. Fear did change his MDW photo on April 20th at 6 p.m. Eastern. And then from an autistic perspective, this one, I mean, obviously the chest up view of a man holding a pitchfork, that's very intrinsic to, you know, American Gothic by Grant Wood.
Like this judge.
Although it's interesting, you know, American Gothic by Grant Wood, that has the farmer and his wife in the picture. In this case, it's as though they just took the male farmer and just removed the wife from the picture entirely. The deer also don't quite match up. The way the deer are pointing in the 4 cardinal directions, it's kind of sort of very loosely similar to Deer in the Forest by Franz Marc. Just based on the deer sort of looking in different directions, but I think that's more just an improvisation. I don't think that's a reference to any specific artistic or, you know, literary work. You're wrong. I didn't have a whole lot of time to research this. Kai Otani, as a spoiler, is where the text conversations between Wesley and this Sam individual really pick up and really start shedding some light onto who the identity of the killer might be. So stay tuned for that. Moving on to Amber Harper, whose body was discovered April 16th, 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight. The face was stitched, but this time the face was stitched into a look of hatred. There was also judicious use of animal parts in this one, considering they kind of pulled like a woman who swallowed the fly sort of thing, where they just stuffed animal after animal after animal inside of one another and stuffed it inside her.
Science.
Once again, located in a pool in the Rockford Hills in someone's backyard. I'm beginning to wonder if, you know, what the deal is with always breaking into people's backyards and doing this in their pools. Haven't quite figured out that one yet, but Amber was alerted via 911 by the victim's phone, once again. Again, messages about the heart beating too loud and pounding and it wouldn't stop. That actually wasn't in the 911, but that was in one of the that was sent out. The 911 message was mostly a general message about hurting. And one thing that I noted is that Micah Rain, who would later be attacked, presumably by this same Sam individual, is also in the same Bloom and Harvest group chat as Amber Harper. Interesting coincidence that I noted. I don't know if it has anything to do with why Micah Rain may have been targeted, but it was something that stuck out to me. Once again, Amber's phone was found missing and it was then found on the next victim, Robert Scott. Her heart was not removed from her body either. Again, we have the long stride footprints noted. This is the first time we see the orange synthetic hair, which may or may not return to a wig that was recovered outside of a clothing store on Prosperity Street on April 25th. It stands to reason that there's probably many orange wigs out there. Who's to say that the orange synthetic hair from this scene comes back to that specific wig? But it is a bit interesting, and as we'll see a little bit later, there's a bit of a theme of finding wigs and other things at clothing stores that seem to be related to things that happen on these murder scenes. Once again, we have more Twinsta posts from the account post-death about not deserving to die. We have selfies. This one is a bit interesting in that, based on the phone subpoenas, it appears that Amber was specifically and deliberately lured to the killer by way of requesting a flower delivery using Kayotani's phone, which is something that we don't really see in any other of the killings here. Once again, we've got Fear renting 2 different cars on the day of the murder, approximately 2 hours-ish beforehand. Fear changed their MDW photo on April 20th at 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight. And Amber's, outside of the woman who swallowed the fly, that literary reference, this one, I'm honestly not really sure. I mean, this could be anything. There's a lot of just generic derivative art of pregnant women out there. Something about the form of a pregnant woman, I guess, just appeals to, you know, artists. And so there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of all sorts of art of pregnant women just out there. Who's to say which one this is actually a reference to? Derivative. After Amber Harper's murder is where we start seeing things appearing in trash cans throughout the city. The first incident of that happens on April 17th at 12:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight. So about 3.5-ish hours after Amber is killed. This is when Indigo Farah finds the first instance of that laminated paper that has a bunch of nonsense gibberish on it and talks about making snares and heartbeats and all kinds of other stuff. Unfortunately, the officer who did this, they didn't notate the location that the trash can was. The report does list Infinity Apartments, so presumably it may have been a trash can at the Infinity Apartments, since that's where the statement was taken. What's notable is that this laminated note was taken into possession by the officer who responded on the scene. So later, there is another laminated note about making snares found in the cemetery, and I think there's another one that's found at Infinity Apartments at a later point in time. But given that the officer took this note into their possession, that means there were multiple of these notes made by whoever decided to make them. I guess they were just in circulation and just kind of passed out throughout the city. I'm not really sure why, but the next trash can that we find is the trash can in the cemetery on April 19th at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight. This was the trash can that had the axe and the hammer and the knife and the gloves in there, that had chunks of flesh, fur, and blood on them, that returned to Stacy Recht, Jilly Markovich, and Kayotani, the people who were, you know, just murdered about a week to 2 weeks ago. Interestingly enough, Amber Harper's DNA was not found on any of these tools. I believe that's a later set of tools where that's found. This was also found alongside a laminated note about making snares, the very same one that's on the screen right there, which also had DNA returning to the 3 murder victims. After this trash can in the cemetery was found, in the early morning of April 20th, this is when Fear Phosphophylite was kidnapped. So there's a call from Elias Winchester regarding some Twinsta posts that had been made earlier in the day. At 5:18 a.m. is when Elias calls. The prior Twinstas were about, you know, rain to wash away sins, made at 4:30 a.m. Questions about what sins am I trying to wash away at 5:17 a.m. What's interesting at this point is there is still no direct linkage to any kind of brother or supposed kidnapping. These read as more just being sorry for the killings, but as we will see from Sam in yon text messages, the brother story is something that had already been fomenting ever since post Kayotani's murder, but before Amber's murder. We'll see how that story sort of developed as time went on. There were also texts from the Sam character to Jojo at the mortuary service. One of presumably somebody who knows Fear, I suppose. About a silly girl and Fear learning fear, and that was at 5:14 and 5:18 a.m. So around the same time as the wash away the sins stuff. So Elias remains on the phone and says that he's gonna come pick her up to make sure that she gets to the Infinity Apartments safely. And this is when abruptly Fear mentions, they're telling me to put the phone down, and hung up. What's also interesting about this is there's a bank record transaction called Sam Says, a withdrawal at 5:47 a.m. from the bank. As an aside, something that I noted, next time anyone in this room happens to see Jojo, the blue-haired mortuary service / FIB analyst, please tell her to activate her windows. There's no reason not to. I don't know, that just bugged me. Most of the text messages between Jojo and Sam in this case come from the wiretap that was taken out on one of the phones. This is a wiretap that revealed there's a lot of yelling and about pounding and beating and lying and a lot of saying Sam over and over and over. There's just a lot of, I don't know the way to articulate it, distress. And the reason for this is a bit interesting. Once again, when we go over the text messages, it'll shine a little more light, but the TLDR of it is Sam and Pines had been in communication with one another ever since very early on in April. And in the beginning, Sam seemed to trust Will sort of implicitly and was very forthcoming about information and was, you know, very cordial, and the way they spoke to each other was, you know, very, very amicable. It was very much a case of the tragic monster, if you will, yearning for help, and Will being there to try and help as best he could. About 2 days before Fear Phosphophyllite is kidnapped, there's a dramatic shift in tone in those conversations between Sam and Wesley. The trust there is essentially broken as Sam appears to either highly suspect or fully realize that Will is a police officer or someone who is working with the police. And so it seems a little interesting that shortly after that trigger is suddenly when Fia starts getting kidnapped, and there starts being more references to this brother and other things like that. Like, there's actually a triggering event that you can point back to when you look at the consent subpoena that Pines made of his burner phone records. But again, more on that a little bit later. Also on April 20th, they found a trash can in the cemetery. This was alerted by Amber's Twinsta account and also a 911 from her phone. And this is also the first mention of a little sister in 911 texts. This is where the IDs of Jilly Markovic, Kayotani, and Amber, this time, are found in a trash can. Fear's ID is also there. And I believe Fear's gun is also in there. There was also blood on the trash can, but throughout all of the reports I had read and all the lab results, it doesn't appear that the police actually tested the blood on this one. Or if they did, they didn't ever note it down in a report. Part of it also may be that at the time when they tested the blood, it didn't come back to any known person in their database. That's one of the issues that I've noticed with lots of long-form investigations like this, is lots of times details or lab reports may not return any matches early on, and then something happens where they get the information and then the lab reports start, you know, actually producing results for later reports. But oftentimes it appears that investigators don't always go back to those earlier reports and then see if things match up to the later reports. Also, there's a fuckload of reports on this one. It could have been something that just slipped the mind, but it was something that I had to note down, that the blood was never tested here. Speaking of blood, a day later is when Robert Scott is found without a face. On April 21st, 12 a.m. Eastern Daylight. And for those of you who heard the testimony live in court, yeah, Robert Scott is very different from a lot of the murders. There's no face stitching, there's no use of animal parts. He's broken, battered, bloodied, just visceral, torn apart even. Located near a pool in the Rockford Hills in someone else's backyard. There was a 911 alert using his phone and a message about beating and pounding and won't stop and references to heartbeats. And this time also a mention of finding her. This phone is also missing, and it's going to be found later on Lucy Calloway. His heart was removed from his body, and there was, despite the seeming violent aggression towards this individual, there is a Twinsta account from his Twinsta post-death about him not deserving to die. His MDW profile does not appear to have been changed, and it does appear that, per the medical report, he was the only individual that may have fought back. How well he fought back remains to be seen, but he at least tried. This is also one where I thought it was interesting that there was no bank record subpoena for Fear Phosphophylite. There was a bank record subpoena for around the dates of the killing of every other murder victim, except for Robert Scott. Which is also a little bit of a shame, because had a bank record subpoena been done, again, after usually an hour, sometimes two, before every single murder, and most of the attacks, we had Fear Phosphophylite renting a car from the Ramathon rental guy. April 21st, not 21st, that's not a word. April 21st is the day immediately after Fear was kidnapped. So it would, and Robert Scott, there was no indication of there being multiple people on this scene. So if Fear was supposedly kidnapped, but then also rented a car an hour before Robert Scott died, that would be a huge wrench thrown into the idea that Fia was kidnapped at the time. Because how are you going to be kidnapped, but then also rent a car at the same place that you always go to rent cars? I was a little disappointed to not see a bank record subpoena there. Again, maybe this is something that was just missed. Maybe they asked for it and it was denied, and that's why it's not in evidence. But we work with what we got. This one also, obviously, not really any artistic reference here. This is just a guy that got brutalized, probably for fighting back. So in the wiretap subpoena for Fia's phone, whilst she is presumably kidnapped, this is also when we have the first threats made to Bree McNabb. Those happened on April 3rd at 8 a.m. Eastern. This is also when we get the threat that Bree mentioned in her testimony about the redhead being next. And then later threatens to find and kill Daisy. And that threat's made on April 25 at 11:45 p.m. Eastern. Essentially confirming that the redhead that is being referred to is Daisy. Doris Drews, as her legal name is. One of the individuals who was attacked after the last string of murders. 2 days later, after the threats are made to Bree McNabb, that is when police discover the bodies of Lucy Calloway and Paul Jones. This incident also bears a striking resemblance to many of the others, with some differences. Like, for one, there's no face stitching, because the heads of both individuals have been entirely removed. There's also a heavy use of animal parts. I counted 2 wolves, 3 deers, 2 dogs, 3 coyotes, 2 rabbits, 2 eagles, and 3 cats, all mutilated and their body parts used for various things around the scene. It is once again in a pool, it's kind of in like the border zone between the Rockford and Vinewood Hills, in someone's backyard, yet again. What's interesting about this one is there was no alert via 911 by a victim's phone. In this case, the phone that was used was Fia's own phone, and also pinged out the locations of the 5 prior murders, rather than leading officers directly to the scene. Lucy's phone was missing. Their hearts were removed from their bodies. This appears to be the first time that investigators measured the footprints, because there were 2 sets of footprints. There were size 11 footprints that were articulated as being similar to those found on other scenes, but there was also new size 9 footprints with roughly the same stride. This scene also had confirmed DNA and other physical evidence linking Fia to this scene. That is yellow hair, which came back as a match, and also blood, which came back as a match, which, again, as Fia confessed to killing Paul Jones on this scene, is completely unsurprising. There were no Twinsta posts made from either individual's phone. Fia did rent a car on April 25th at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight. There was no change of either MDW profile, and this scene, as mentioned in prior testimony, is very obviously the corpses of the DeWitt brothers by Jean Deban. This is something that I have later in my notes, but I'm going to bring it up now as kind of a advice to investigators. When you start getting into foot sizes and stuff, you really should probably measure the victim's shoe sizes as well. I mean, you got them right there. You may as well. Because I'm willing to guess that those size 9 shoe prints likely come back to Lucy Calloway. I'm just going to go out and guess on a limb that the individual who killed Lucy Calloway And Paul Jones, you know, probably has size 11 feet, given that those are the ones that were more similar to the ones on previous scenes. And what they probably did in order to make it look like there are multiple people on scene is they took their shoes off, they crammed their feet into the shoes belonging to one of their victims, and then walked all around in them. That's why the stride is the same for both sets of footprints. But moving on from that scene for now, because we have a trash can at the Infinity Apartments to talk about. This one was discovered on April 25th at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight. This is the trash can that had two whole-ass Australian shepherds stuffed into it, along with sugar in a YOLO cup, which probably has nothing to do with the dead dogs inside, and 2 identical notes about finding all 6 special spots, which more than likely is a reference to the 6 murder scenes. There are 6 murder scenes. Per Charles Fredo, he had also found Jilly Markovic's MDW and radio in a trash can inside the Infinity Apartments. This was a trash can outside the Infinity Apartments, and then gave these articles to Dr. Kelly, who then gave them to Penelope Gaspar. On the trash can outside of the apartments, it was also found that there was blood belonging to Fia. The following day is when Fia turns up once again. Text at 7:30 p.m. Was sent saying that Fia is where she was found before. This was sent from Sam to, I believe it was Pines, saying that it's where she was found before. So earlier on April 21st, they found a construction site in the Vinewood Hills where there was a bunch of blood around. But at the time, they didn't know who the blood was. I don't think it had been run at the lab at the time, so it was just sort of noted down as, oh, it's a bloody construction site. In this case, they went back over there, and this riddle was also conveyed using Fia's phone, like Fia's personal phone. And upon arrival at that scene, they found 2 phones and a broken syringe, and phones belonged to Lucy and Fia. Also, epinephrine and doxycycline that was recovered on scene. There were tools and medical equipment scattered about. There was a knife, hammer, and a hatchet that returned blood for Fia, Lucy, Paul, and a variety of animals. This is interesting because this is the first time where this scene bears almost no resemblance whatsoever to any of the prior scenes. There's no animal parts. There's no complaining about... Well, there was complaining about heartbeats. No reference to head pain, but there was reference to making it stop. But there were no twinsters. There were no phones missing. There was no pool. There was no artistic reference. It's completely different. Wounds are also a little bit different. You see, in most other cases, there was lots of cutting open chest cavities and taking hearts and decapitation and lopping off body parts. In this case, per the medical report, there were 15 superficially shallow cuts that were expertly stitched together. Well, some of them were. There was also a deep cut to the leg that was stitched together, but not as good. There was bruising to the face and legs. She was drugged with rocronium bromide. She was taken to the hospital and put up in the hospital, and appears to have stayed in the hospital under observation until she was discharged on April 30th at 7:45 p.m. Eastern. Which leads us into interrogation number 1, which happened on April 30th. So in this interrogation tape, the cliff notes of it is Fear personally claims that she was kidnapped by her brother. I have in my notes here that there's not really any record of Fear's brother being a person who exists outside of Fear's own statements. Communications made by Sam, and also 2 newspaper clippings, which unfortunately really authenticated. They're just alleged newspaper clippings that are provided to I don't know, like a Twinsta News guy. These newspaper clippings I'm not really sure what to make of, but I'm going to go into this later because I've got a rant about one of them. During this interrogation, this is when Fear admits to the killing of Paul Jones and alleges that it's under duress by
We've been going 40
her
minutes.
brother. This is where she talks about Angier, North Carolina, and her family mortuary service. Also, when one of the first contradictions that the police know about kind of popped up. So in the newspaper clipping, it stated that the brother went down for this kitten mutilation thing. But in this interrogation tape, she states that her brother managed to push the blame onto her for the cat mutilation thing. And she also articulates that her brother would also do other things bad and then blame her for it, etc.
I'm wondering if
So it's
the
an
real
odd
truth
situation where this newspaper
is that this
article
isn't Fear Foster
which
Twilight.
purports to suggest the
Fear
existence
is
of her brother
actually the
is
brother
also
who
contradicting
turned themselves
how
into
this
his
whole
sister.
Kitten mutilation situation went down.
But, you
But
know,
again, I've got a
it may
rant
not be
about
that
that
deep.
later. She also mentions that she doesn't really know what her brother's name is in the city other than he's going by the name Sam. She talks about how her father taught her hunting so that she could work out her issues. Those issues being those issues that allegedly arised from the torture of this kitten in their mortuary service. She was asked about whether she uses fish hooks and snares and was told that that's not necessary and the only reason you'd want to do that is, you know, to inflict suffering on an animal. And this is also when she first mentions that her dad died from cancer and that her mother was murdered and that she believes her brother murdered her cousin, the mother, and the youngest newborn sister. And at this point, she believes that the middle sister is still alive. That's kind of the meat and potatoes of interrogation number 1.
Man.
Next up in the list of chronology here is some phone calls made to Etta Hawthorne and Kiki Pendragon made on May 2nd at 12 a.m. and 1 a.m. Eastern, respectively. Both of them talk about a voice with a deep, low, obviously modulated voice talking about animals as art pieces and asking if they want hearts or heads. The same day, this is when a headless and heartless dog is strung up in Polito. Around this time is also when there's an encounter with Kira Nota at the hospital for a brief moment between Etta Kiki and Kira. And there's some mention of a previous circumstance in which I guess Kira had approached La Fuente Blanca with a knife. There wasn't really any further elaboration or delving into the details of what's going on there. But Kira Nota was interrogated at 2 a.m. that very same day on May 2nd. There wasn't really a whole lot of note in this interrogation other than Kira Nota stating that she wears size 11 shoes. Also mentions a brother, but states that her brother is dead and has trauma regarding speaking and about how she's not supposed to be heard and about how her brother carved ash into one of her hands. And more importantly, during this interrogation and also some phone record subpoenas, it's confirmed that Sam contacted Kira Noda at about 1 a.m. that day, basically saying something along the lines of they want her to make art and they're impressed by her stitching and other things. Texts to Alex Rigby were also made this same day at about 3 p.m. The subject matter of these texts, they appear to be trying to pin the murder of Julie Markovic on Alex Rigby. There's a text message specifically saying, quote, "I looked at what you did to Jilly again. You made my beat stop good." And just sort of just general harassment about sort of, I don't know, trying to gaslight Alex into believing that they killed someone and trying to get them to kill people. Sam also called Alex the same day with a heavily modulated, low voice, describing sort of what Alex looks like, to which when Alex asks why they're doing that, they state that that's the person the police are looking for. Like, it's very clear at this point that this Sam character is now trying to make Kira Noda and Alex Rigby as alternative scapegoats. I have this in my notes, but I'm also going to mention it here. This is often very typical for killers to just muddy the waters. The most recent example I can think of is the Kurt Ambrose situation, when shortly after breaking out of prison, just sent out some vague tweets and made some calls to certain individuals, stating that the deputy director of the FIB helped him escape, likely hinging on the fact that the FIB was and their personnel were not particularly popular among many individuals in town at the time. Basically seizing on that because Kurt Ambrose is a smart boy, if a psycho, that knows that there are going to be lots of people who are going to spread that information around anyway, regardless of whether it's true or not, because they want to put pressure on the FIB and fuck with them. It's basically handing a loaded gun to a toddler. So, just the mere implication that, oh, I saw you do this and I like your work. Oh, I think your stitching is really good. You should kill people. The mere implication from a killer is going to get people looking in to whoever they point the finger at. It's a very common tactic. So this stuff, to me, strikes it as not only, as I'll get into later, not only is Fear's brother a potential suspect, and Fear is a potential suspect, but now Alex is a potential suspect, and now Kira, also known as Ash, is also now a potential suspect, and you basically just drown the investigation in red herrings to try and throw it off. Because again, as the text messages between Pines and Sam are going to show, Sam very quickly started feeling the heat of the investigation against them, and I believe Sam very quickly figured out
40
that
minutes,
unless
50
they
minutes.
start trying to
We've not
use
even
these
gotten
kinds of
to any of the
diversionary
actual
tactics, they're going to get caught
guilty,
a
not
lot
guilty
sooner
stuff.
than later.
We're still on sort of the narrative, so.
So, much later, on May 2nd at 8 a.m., this is when a severed dog head is found on a barrel outside of La Fuente Blanca. It's noteworthy
This is going
that
to take a while,
Fear rented
unfortunately.
3 different rental cars between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. on May 2nd. Some white synthetic hair was found on scene, likely coming back to a wig. And the words, "Etta chose dog," was written on the wall. So again, this is also kind of where the start of animosity begins between the vet department and this Sam individual. Likely was going on a little bit beforehand, but this is when it starts, ramping up beyond mere phone calls, text messages, and other sorts of verbal
good.
and textual harassment.
Is this Karen?
A little while later, on May 2nd at 12:30 p.m.
She seems
Eastern,
deeply mentally unwell.
this is when Lucy Calloway's head gets thrown through the window at
Yeah,
La
she
Fuente
alright?
Blanca. Unfortunately, there wasn't really anything else to that incident other than just a head being thrown in the window, but it also does show that whoever killed Lucy Calloway, because why else would you be in possession of Lucy Calloway's head, is also the same person who's been harassing the vet department
Probably need to get
and decapitating dogs and leaving body parts at the vet department. It's a little connection in the chain there. And then much later in the day at 9 p.m. on May 2nd, this is when Doris Drews is attacked. This is also the first time someone survived an attack. So, Doris describes her assailant as wearing all black and driving a blue Mesa. Notably, Fear had rented a Canis Mesa on May 2nd at 7 p.m. for 3 hours, and had also rented Canis Mesas on at least 3 other prior occasions, looking into the rental logs that were provided in the bank records. Fear has a habit of renting the Canis Mesa and the Karen Dilettante, specifically from the Ramathon rental guy. Almost never uses the PDM rental guy. It's always the Ramathon rental guy. Presumably because it's out in the middle of nowhere and there's not a lot of people who are going to, see the Ramathon rental person. Doris articulated that her attacker said their name was Ash, probably trying to pretend like they are Kiranota, goes by the name Ash, and whom they have already tried to bring into the fold and sort of muddy the waters with. Doris Drews, once again, is also the redhead that Sam had threatened weeks prior to kill Debris McNabb. There are still a little bit of similarities to the murders. There was a Twinsta post of the scene, which also referenced the haunt language that was used in the conversation between Sam and Brie McNabb, which utilized Doris Drews' phone. They weren't in someone's backyard this time, but they were on a cliff out in the oil fields very near the ocean. So if water is some kind of theme, or being near water is a theme, that's still kind of met. In this case, the word haunt
Joy.
was carved into the chest and face.
I mean, again, this is the
she was stabbed
original
in the gut.
court, the original trial that we did 3 days ago took 6 hours.
And there's also
This
a
is just the
brief,
verdict.
I think it was in a statement from Brie McNabb that she was threatened to make Twinsta posts, or whoever
Joy
had
is
Doris
one
Drews
of
would kill
the
her.
best judges in this ever.
And so Brie made Twinsta posts saying that Ash is a true artist. Once again, trying to get someone else to now push the Kiranota angle as potentially being the identity of Sam.
Yeah,
Because if it's
he's
just one
cool.
person saying it, it doesn't catch on. But if you start getting other people to say it, now it starts looking a little more legitimate. May 2nd is also when Sati Kai was kidnapped. I wouldn't be found until May 3rd, but they were kidnapped on May 2nd. Early in the morning, sometime after midnight. Based on Sati Kai's statement to police, it was a 4-door rental with a rounded back. The police presumed it was a dilettante. which Fear Fossil Firelight did rent. There's other 4 doors with rounded backs other than the Dilettante, but it does match the description. Fear has also rented Dilettantes on several occasions, and they had rented one on May 1st at 10 p.m. for a period of 9 hours. So, within the time frame that Sonny Kai was alleged to be kidnapped. He also stated May 1st at 10
Yeah,
p.m.
no worries.
that they
I'm
would
probably
be
going to
at
go
their
to bed
house
after this
on the
myself
porch
with how long
in the
this is going.
prosecutor's office chat. Fear had access to this because at the time they were an assistant. They were removed temporarily when they were kidnapped, but they were added back into that chat. So Fear would have known exactly where Sadi was at the time.
Yeah, we're doing all right.
Moving on to when Sadi Kai was found on May 3rd, sometime around 8 p.m. Eastern. Sadi articulated to officers in her statement that this individual said 4 different names. They said Sam, Alex, Fear, and another name, which I'm going to guess was probably Ash, considering those are the 4 identities that this person has been trying to push at this point. They also told Sadi that they wanted everyone to think it was Fear. They wanted Sadi to delete subpoenas and hire and fire them in the MDW and other things like that, which honestly, this is another thing that I gotta kind of break the flow here and talk about. If Sadi Kai did actually hire them into the prosecutor's office, there would have been a record on their MDW profile that they were hired, and Sadi could always fire them later. Yeah, it may have given them access to do things, but the record of them being hired by Sadi Kai would have been on their MDW profile and have been unable to be modified. It essentially would have been conclusive proof as to who this person's identity was. So, although it may not have been the best of idea because, again, it would have potentially given this person access to a lot of other reports to make and modify. But again, all of that report history, all those modifications would have been viewable by, like, police command and myself and other Supreme Justices. And those hiring records would have been reviewable in that profile. Also, in order to hire them, Sadi would have had to have known their actual MDW name in order to physically hire them and or their state ID. So essentially, Sadi in this regard had a option to pick between safeguarding investigative files and conclusively determining who this Sam was in her room. And she chose to safeguard the integrity of those files, which her choice to make, but potentially could have ended this investigation a lot sooner.
Appreciate it.
Sadi refused to do much of this, aside from changing MDW pictures of all of the officers involved in this investigation and basically changing them to, like, Google definitions of words like stupid, idiot, dolt, other things like that, between about 5 to 10 minutes before
Actually quite funny.
8 p.m., which is around when Sadi was discovered. Sadi, outside of that, essentially refused to do any of that. And so she was given the option to have her mouth sewn shut or Achilles tendons cut. Ultimately, they just decided to do both, I guess. Sadi confirmed that this person was, using a voice changer with a low modulated voice. She recognized the boots this person was wearing as the same boots that Fear was wearing. She confirmed that she was kidnapped from her porch, in her words, not long after Fear was dropped at the office, presumably stating Then after the interrogation of Fear Foster Firelight the first time, that she was dropped off at the prosecutor's office, which is a few doors down from Sadi's house. There was also yellow dyed hair found in Sadi's house, and from what we know, Fear did have yellow dyed hair at the time of the Paul Jones murder. Another interesting one where I was looking through all the records to see if I'd missed something. I didn't actually see any lab report of this hair on this particular instance. So, again, I don't know if this is something where it just wasn't tested. Maybe it was, like, buried in there. Maybe someone forgot to attach it. I don't know, but I couldn't find anything about a test of this particular hair on this specific instance. So, I don't actually know whose hair that is. Not that it necessarily matters too much, but again, it's another fact that would have been nice to know. On the scene in which she was discovered, there was orange synthetic hair, harkening back to the orange synthetic hair from a previous scene, and also the wig that was found April 25th at the clothing store. What links the Sadi Kai scene to the murders, specifically, outside of, you know, the characteristics of Sam, is that Paul Jones's head was found where she was discovered. And who would have Paul Jones's head, aside from the person who killed him, unless one, the killer is so much of a psychopath that they took the head and gave it to someone else, and that person is also so much of a psychopath that they decided to just keep the head. Not out of the realm of possibility, but highly unlikely. Sadi was discovered in a garage in Vinewood Hills. Not next to a pool, but in the hills. And at the time she was found shortly thereafter, there was a secondary scene using the phone with a number of 530-6834, which I think is Fear's phone. I'm not entirely sure. I don't remember what number that phone comes back to, but Sam on that phone alerts them to a clothing store on San Andreas Avenue, in which a knife with Sadi Kai's blood is found in that clothing store. According to the images that were taken by police, it looks like there's also a phone that someone set down next to the knife, but there's no mention in the report or anywhere else about, like, what that phone is or who it belongs to or anything. But, like, you don't see that? That's definitely a phone that's sitting there. I couldn't find anything about that phone. Like it was just super glued to the floor, and so maybe that's why it was ignored.
He's kind of having a few digs at,
you know, there's pranksters out there that like to super glue phones to the floor. But I don't know.
I think
Another one of
Veronica
those
there's
little
going
things
off.
where it would have been nice to know.
Really?
Sadi's phone was missing, and this phone was used to call Veronica Wilson to talk to the Sam character with the voice changer and all that. The details of that conversation weren't really documented, so I didn't really delve into it. Then we skip ahead to Micah Rain. The police were alerted to the Sisyphus Theater because Sam was using Micah Rain's phone and called Pines and talked over Micah Rain's phone. This one's a little bit of an interesting one as well. It doesn't really fit a lot of the other kinds of situations where essentially we have Sam using a voice changer, the same one that, according to the officers, was used in other calls that were made to the police, has Micah at the theater and is having a chit-chat with the officers while they have it on speakerphone, and they're both listening to it. One of those things where eventually when Fear was apprehended, I'm very surprised that nobody checked to see if Fear had like a vocal synthesizer or something like installed on her phone, because according to Micah's identification of Fear as her assailant, Fear wasn't wearing any mask. So the only way that that voice could have been modulated would have been through the phone. So having voice modulation software on your phone would have been kind of another another point, but I don't know, just another thing that I noticed. So Micah mentioned both in her testimony and also in her statement to officers that she met Fear at the Harmony clothing store, which apparently she goes to frequently, and then was taken to the Sisyphus Theater. She was also asked whether Fear was wearing a mask, both by police and also on the stand here, to which she said that she wasn't. Fear had also been seen at the VU prior, like an hour or two prior to this, by Decker Gone, Micah Rain herself, and Ren Ripley. So Micah had told Decker that she had run into a coworker after leaving the VU. Micah and Fear allegedly worked at the DMV together before on like a handful of considerate like situations. Maybe Fear is the coworker that Micah's referring to. Maybe not. It kind of depends on how long they decided to stay at the clothing store or how long they talked for, because the call with Micah and Fear and all that doesn't really occur until like 9:40 p.m. Eastern. So there's a bit of a time delay between those two. This is an interesting one where Sam now decides to throw yet another wrench into casting doubt on the investigation by claiming that they had Saudi alter CID reports pertaining to this investigation. Again, a bare naked claim which doesn't seem to have any factual grounds to it. But again, it's another tactic that serial killers do, or not just serial killers, but criminals in general do. When they know that the net is closing around them, they start throwing out things like this so that when it gets to court or it goes before, like a higher up or a senior investigator and they're reviewing the case, or a prosecutor gets it and they're reviewing the case to make sure that the case actually has probable cause or that they're going to be able to get a beyond a reasonable doubt conviction, they're going to look at stuff like that and they're necessarily going to have to question it. And it's also a way of buying time, because as people scramble to try and see whether or not this is the case, it buys time for the criminal to either come up with a better method of escape or just merely delay the inevitable. This is also the same day that an orange wig was found at the Chumash clothing store. Fear was seen with orange hair by Ren Ripley that same day at the Vanilla Unicorn, per her testimony. The trash can at this clothing store also had gloves, a phone, a knife, and a note. The knife had blood belonging to Sadi Kai and Micah Rain on it. And the phone was a burner phone that had previously been used to call officers about the Sadi scene. Of note, once again, looking at the rental records, Fear rented a Fathom on May 3rd at 8:45 p.m. Oh. Once again, we've got yet another rental car about an hour before the incident. Brings us to the final incident, May 3rd, 10 p.m. Right after the Micah Rain attack. Were Bree McNabb and Dakota Valentino Black state to police that they saw Fear with Brutus at the Ramathon. Bree was alerted to this by Etta Hawthorne tracking Brutus. Bree and Dakota stated this to police and also stated in their depositions the same. So described the car as an SUV and or a habanero. Turns out, Fear did in fact rent a habanero on May 3rd at 11:30 p.m. at the Ramathon. Dakota testified and stated to the police that she went into the hills of Mount Gordo and saw Fear kneeling over Brutus before Fear fled in the vehicle and ran Brutus over. It is true that Bree McNabb and Dakota Valentina Black aren't fans of Fear. Neither are the Death Omens MC, for obvious reasons, as Bree believes that Fear is the one who attacked, her, I don't know if it's significant other, close friend, heterosexual life partner, what the relationship is between Doris Drews and Bree McNabb, but someone that Bree McNabb cares about. But the issue with that is you could cast doubt and say, like, yeah, well, of course they're going to say it's Fear because they hate Fear and they want her to get incarcerated. Well, Fear's blood was on the scene where Brutus was found. And there's not really any other way to explain how Fear's blood ends up on a scene like that. I mean, you could go for the, oh, well, maybe the Sam, he has vials of Fear's blood, and he was using these vials to contaminate scenes and whatnot. That's pretty unlikely. Unless Sam is in possession of some kind of medical equipment or facilities that can keep blood from congealing, blood coagulates pretty fast. There's not really a way without, like, some kind of medical equipment to keep the blood from not coagulating. So if there's fresh blood on a scene, kind of means that the person had to
It's
be
all
in
a moot
that
point
scene.
anyway. We know she did it.
Or, again, it's a medical professional who has the kinds of equipment needed. And granted, this equipment doesn't necessarily have to be that big, but it still requires some kind of equipment in order to keep that stuff, separated. Storing blood is hard. Anyway, Sam called Etta Hawthorne to taunt her about Brutus afterwards. And Etta had stated that this was the same voice from the previous call regarding the La Fuente Blanca stuff about, head or heart, that kind of shit. We've got another link there through Etta's statements to police about, same voice changer as before. So, now we go on to the fateful day of May 4th. First, I want to just mention briefly in the timeline. So, the state showed that there was a bit of a phone mix-up in a conversation between Fear and Sam that happens at 4:50 p.m. Eastern Daylight. This phone conversation occurs about 2 hours before Fear is taken into custody for her second interrogation, and about 3-4-ish hours prior to actual arrest. Remember, the substance of this conversation was essentially to try and show that Fear and Sam were two different people and that they are directly arguing with each other. Fear using her registered phone and Sam using a burner. So Sam calls Pines, once again using the same voice changer as before, and he wants to meet on the Cassidy Trail Bridge. Here's another interesting little coincidence. So Pines says that he would need 15 minutes, or around 15 minutes. Exactly 15 minutes later is when Fia texts Pines on Pines' burner, asking if he was the officer that had interrogated her the first time. Odd how it's 15 minutes. Both times. So Pines, after around those 15 minutes are up, he ignores Fear on his burner phone, and instead he sends a ping to Sam, basically saying he's there. This is when Fear arrives at the bridge, claiming that she was there to meet her brother, and this is where Fear is taken into custody and interrogated. Also, there's a bit in the police report about the Death Omens MC being there and really not liking Fear. Well, it turns out Fear herself is the one who directed Bree McNabb to go to Cassidy Trail at 7 p.m. Using her registered phone. It stands to reason Bree probably didn't know what Fear Phosphophylite's phone number was and just thought it was some helpful tip or something. But Fear was the one who actually directed the Death Omens to go there in the first place. So once again, seems like an attempt to drum up pity. Oh, look at this person here who's being harassed by these horrible, terrible, motorcycle people. Because I'm pretty sure at this point Fear knew what was going to happen, that she was going to be interrogated. Especially after the Brutus incident, considering it's one where she was kind of caught red-handed by at least one person. She knew something was up at this point. She knew that she was going to have... She couldn't hide it. She had to do something. So... It's also noteworthy that no animal mutilations were discovered after May 4th. The final one is on May 4th, where there's some snares set outside a wolf den or something like that. All that stopped at the point that she was incarcerated. Which is also another interesting thing, because although that stuff stopped while she was incarcerated, it actually didn't stop when she was in the ICU. Now, there's a question of whether perhaps that's just when the police found them, and it's not actually when they were performed, which is perfectly possible. I mean, if you go and you decapitate a deer and you leave it out in the wild, it's gonna sit there for a couple days. No. This is a sort of interesting circumstance. The last little bit of the puzzle here is that article about the kitten mutilation, that is sent out by that sort of Twinston news agency on May 5th at 2:30 p.m. Again, it directly contradicts what Fear said happened in the April 30th interrogation, where her brother managed to push the blame on her for the whole kitten mutilation thing. Now, I'm going to take this article at face value for what it is, but there are some things about this article that I just gotta get it off my chest. I gotta rant about this a little bit, because I actually am familiar with North Carolina law and also North Carolina culture. There's just some things in this article that just I gotta rant about it. Okay, so first off,
Gavin,
this
just be going on long enough, please.
Fear's 13-year-old brother getting arrested for mutilating a kitten in their mortuary. God, there's just so many things that just don't make sense about this one. Like, first off, okay. No small town cop is going to give a fuck about a 13-year-old mutilating a kitten. Even in 2015. You're telling me that salt of the earth country cop in small town North Carolina is going to give a shit about a not well-adjusted 13-year-old killing a cat? Next, why would young, small, little Fear immediately call the police over this incident instead of doing what, any child would do and rat them out to their parents? Why? Calling the police is not the first instinct of a child. Going to your parental guardian is the first instinct of a child. So the fact that this article is purporting that Fear went to the police immediately, it just doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Next, there's a line in there about the business, the mortuary service, being cleared to open. Okay, why would a private business need clearance to keep operating just because a kitten died in it? a kitten dying in a private business like that, it's not like okay, if this were a pet store, or something like that, I could see maybe corporate office or something, or even if it was a small little pet store, like maybe there would be a concern about the pet store continuing to operate when someone tortures and kills a pet in the pet store. This is a mortuary. This is where people go when they're dead. Why the fuck would anyone care about a kitten being tortured in a mortuary service?
Not a good look, Gavin. I'm going to be honest. Not a good look for this rant.
The chief of police is calling this. It's a tragedy for everyone that this misfit 13-year-old kid killed a kitten. Again, what small town cop would liken a 13-year-old torturing and killing a kitten as like some tragedy that rocked the core, the foundation of the whole town? Like,
honestly, not a good look right now,
doesn't make
Gavin.
sense to me at all. And then we get into the legal posture of this, which is where I'm going to rant even more, because the legal posture of this is, this judge is doing something wrong here. Okay, so first off, in this thing, they talk about a court issuing a preliminary decision to basically commit this minor to a juvenile facility and mandate psychiatric therapy. Okay, the question you should be asking is, why did a court issue a preliminary decision to confine a minor and order psychiatric therapy when there's no conviction or even a hearing? This news article is written as if Fear's brother was just arrested. So if he was just arrested, how the fuck is a court already ordering that this person be confined? Also, there's a question of, okay, well, if he pled guilty to it, did he plead guilty to it? How did a 13-year-old get convicted of a crime based purely on nothing else than that kid's sister saying that they did the crime? Like, there's a whole problem in domestic disputes where the evidence ends up being equivocal, where, you know, unruly husband beats his wife and wife calls police and the police come down and the wife is saying he hit me and the husband is saying no I didn't, or the husband is saying well you hit me, take a look at this, you see this bruise around my eye orbit, like stuff like that, and the police they can't really tell who did first. And that's why police oftentimes don't ever do anything about domestic disputes, because it's an evidentiary nightmare and they just let people figure it out themselves. So in this case, when you've got one kid saying, hey, that kid tortured a cat, and then the other kid, unless that other kid says, yeah, I tortured that cat, well, then how the fuck are you going to prove that that kid just tortured a cat? There's other problems with this because this is a juvenile crime. So in the majority of the states, there is mandatory presence of counsel before you can even question a minor. 32 states require presence of counsel. All of the states that don't require presence of counsel require at least the presence of a parent, guardian, or in some cases a caretaker to try and catch things, you know, like kids being raised in like so kind of a quasi-foster arrangement, or kids being raised by like their grandparents or a cousin or a godparent, something like that. North Carolina specifically requires any confession to be made in the presence of counsel or a parent or caretaker to be admissible at all. Not only that, but North Carolina also states that kids under 16 categorically cannot waive their right to have a parent, caretaker, or counsel present for questioning. That means in order for this officer to legally question this kid at all whatsoever, there has to be, at the bare minimum, parents present for that. Also, even if the kid admitted to the guilt at the time, yeah, even as a spontaneous utterance, it is inadmissible unless there is a parent or counsel present for that. Also, there's a requirement that courts have to make a finding that the kid knowingly waived any kind of right before any statement can be admitted. Not only that, but in order to actually take a kid into custody, even for detainment, not even an arrest, even for detainment, police have to get a secure custody order from a court, much less to, again, for a detainment, not even just for an arrest. And at that point, once the secure custody order is given, the case has to be submitted for review by an independent counselor who then gets to decide whether that case even has merit before proceeding. And then, after that preliminary finding has been made, a hearing has to be set within, I don't remember, it's 5 or 7 days, but it has to be set for the court, the judge, to address whether court intervention is even still necessary at all, period. And that's ignoring the whole thing about how North Carolina treats animal cruelty. So animal cruelty is a warbler offense. It can either be a misdemeanor or a felony depending on the severity or the elements of the crime, et cetera, et cetera. So animal cruelty is a class 1 misdemeanor, essentially, unless proven in the cruelty given to the animal, or it's specifically like they intentionally starved it or didn't give it water or something like that. Then it's a class H felony. That proving malice on the part of a minor is very difficult
Whoever is
because a
talking,
minor
I need to
legally
shut up.
lacks a lot of the legal capacity that adults have. So trying to prove that a minor, which necessarily in the eyes of the law has a lesser capacity to like consent or, you know, have culpability for their act, like shit like that, it's just a lot harder to prove that a kid acted with malice compared to, you know, a knowing consenting adult, shit like that. So for North Carolina structures their penal code a little bit differently than like we do. For instance, North Carolina not only has a schedule for misdemeanors and also felonies, but they also have a separate schedule for sentencing, which basically enhances the sentencing based on the prior crimes that have been committed by this person. So if you're a first-time offender, you're in class 1. If you're like a 3-time offender, you're in class 2. If you're a 7-time offender, you're in class 3, et cetera, shit like that. So for a class 1 misdemeanor, when you're in category 1, where no priors, and I would assume that a 13-year-old has no priors, the penalty, the criminal penalty, if they were an adult, is 1 to 45 days of what they call community punishment, because North Carolina also has 3 different tiers of punishment. There's community punishment, which consists of stuff like house arrest, community service. Sometimes it can include very brief jail stays, shit like that. Ranging up to the highest tier, which is basically go fuck yourself, you're going to prison. Even if this was a Class H felony, if you're in Category 1 for a first-time offender, that's about 120 to 150 days. And you are still eligible for community punishment instead of incarceration if the judge deems that community punishment is within the best interest of justice or is otherwise mandated by law, et cetera, blah, 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 blah. So that's to say that that is the punishment for an adult. That is essentially the punishment that what a minor would get would be compared to by a court when deeming what kind of offense or what kind of punishment would be given for the juvenile. And for juveniles performing crimes, there is a strong judicial preference towards remediation rather than incarceration. So the fact that a judge in this particular case apparently committed a kid to a juvenile facility on a preliminary decision seemingly shortly after arrest is mind-boggling to me. I'd have to have some words. All right. So that sums up, after that rant, that sums up basically the timeline, if you will, of each event. So now we're going to be getting into my personal notes. Some of it I've teased out here and there, but these are my my personal notes.
Fucking hell, Gavin. Just move on.
So, fear is tied to at least 2 scenes based on like demonstrable physical evidence. The first scene is the killings of Lucy and Paul, where yellow hair was found on scene, whose DNA comes back to fear phosphophylite. Blood is on scene, coming back to fear phosphophylite. And there is a confession that is recorded in an interrogation room that she was forced to kill Paul. Second scene is the Brutus scene, where there's an eyewitness from Dakota Valentina Black saying she saw fear over Brutus's mutilated body, who then scrambled into a car and drove away. There's blood on the scene. And then, you know, there's also other evidence, you know, like Bree and Dakota saw her with Brutus at the Ramathon, and Fear rented a habanero from the Ramathon just prior, and there was a habanero found on scene by police, and there's a Sam voice that called Etta, and Etta recognized it from the La Fuente Blanca attacks, and the La Fuente Blanca attacks can also be linked to the Lucy and Paul killings, because Lucy's head was thrown through a fucking window at La Fuente Blanca, and also can be linked to the Saudi attack, because Paul's head was found at the same place where Saudi was found. And of course, the Lucy and Paul scene can be linked down a huge chain all the way back to the first Stacy killings due to several things. You have the phones leapfrogging between the victims. You have the judicious use of animal parts. You have the artistic kind of sense of the killings. They're all found in backyards next to pools. Phones are used to alert 911 and post Twinstas. There's the heartbeat motif and the headache motif carried out through nearly all of these. Like, sometimes one will drop out and then another one will pick up, but the motif kind of just carries on through it all. You've got Stacy, Jillian, Kai all linked together due to the shared blood on tools. You've got Amber, Robert, and Fear linked on another set of tools. You got Lucy, Paul, and Fear linked on another set of tools. Of course, you can link it to the La Fuente Blanca bullshit, and you can also link it to the Saudi scene. Fear also was identified, basically victim identified as the assailant on one scene, and that scene is Micah Rain. There was a call to Sam to officers during the attack. Officers identified Sam as the same one that had contacted them several times prior. That Sam voice was also linked to the Brutus scene through Etta Hawthorne, which was then linked to the Lucy and Paul scene, the Saudi scene, the Brutus scene, and the Doris scene.
Talking about the case
This
again.
is the first part where the text messages from Sam to Pines really come into play when I was going through my notes. So Sam is who Fear said her brother was going by, who was the one who allegedly killed Lucy and Paul. Sam was one of the names given to Saudi when... was also the same entity that called Veronica Wilson. Sam was the one who texted Bree about going after the redhead, who was Doris Drews. Sam first identified themselves as Sam from Jilly Markovic's phone all the way back shortly after Jilly Markovic was found dead. Sam also in the...
Hold, Joy. Hold.
Your microphone's unplugged again.
You're overheating.
Hate North Carolina.
And outside the clothing store.
Oh, there he is.
Turn the mic back
Microphone
on
on the
now,
bench
Joy.
shorted out again.
Hey, what was
God
that about
damn it.
North Carolina again?
Last thing.
No idea. I
Jilly Markovic scene.
turned off my ears for the majority of that and did something else.
Jilly Markovic thing?
Sam identifying. Yeah, Sam identifying themselves with the Jilly Markovic through their phone. That's the last thing.
I've been... God damn it.
Yeah, about 15-20 seconds.
Okay, so Sam first identified themselves using Jilly's phone, texting Wesley Pines. Sam also admitted to killing both Jilly Markovic and Stacy Recht. Sam admitted to, kidnapping and mutilating animals that they caught in snares.
Microphone him.
What?
Microphone, Joy. I'm plugging
Using the
plug it back in.
goddamn microphone.
Use it better, goddamn you.
Now you are.
Yeah, you sound fine. to me.
This fucking god.
It's good now. It's good. 10 out of 10. Thank you.
Damn North Carolina.
These goddamn things replaced. All right. Repeating myself a third fucking time. God damn it. So, Sam first identified themselves as Sam. Like, they said that their name was Sam. That was shortly after Jilly Markovic's death using Jilly Markovic's phone. At points afterwards, Sam admitted to killing Jilly Markovic and admitted directly to killing Stacy Recht. They also admitted to torturing animals in snares. They also admitted to leaving the laminated thing about the snares to Wesley Pines, which Wesley Pines then went and found. The other thing about the Micah scene, in addition to all the Sam nonsense, is the Micah scene is also linked to the Sadi Kai scene because Sadi Kai's blood was found on the knife that also had Micah's blood on it. That shit was the stuff that was found in one of the clothing stores in a trash can. The next thing that I have in my notes here is the phone mix-up. If you have two people who are talking to each other, and then the phones begin talking like the other person, there's only one of two possibilities. Either Sam has both Fear and Sam's phone and is having a one-sided conversation with themselves, or Fear has both Sam and Fear's phone in their possession. When Fear, granted, remember, this whole thing happened about 2 hours before Fear was picked up by police for interrogation number 2. Fear was in possession of her phone when she was taken for the interrogation. It's logged in evidence. So Fear had her phone. So if it can only be that Sam had both phones or Fear had both phones and Fear had her phone, that logically means only one of two things happened. Either Fear also had Sam's phone and was the one having the one-sided conversation with themselves, or somehow Sam had both phones and then Fear also had a phone. Like, it's technically possible to have a clone phone of someone else, but this is also is a problem that's really easy to solve. You just change your fucking pin and it locks them out.
I think they cloned themselves.
We go to Fear's brother. Written in my notes here.
Down over there.
That motherfucker's dead. That brother, he dead. His brother probably existed. That boy dead. On top of there not really being any evidence aside from Fear and the well-timed, unauthenticated newspaper articles that the brother existed, only one scene has any evidence that there may have been more than one person on it, and that's the Lucy and Paul scene. And again, in my notes, check the victim's feet. I bet that Lucy has size 9 women's shoes. Almost positive of that fact. Also, some other stuff, which I'm going to get into when I start talking about the scapegoats, that also likely indicate that Fear's brother's dead. I didn't just make that up. That's not just a hunch. Next, we get to Ash and Alex. What about these two people? These individuals that were looked into by police, but were not ultimately determined to be suspects in the case, to which the defense called up to the stand. And honestly, that's kind of strange. If I were Alex Rigby or Kira Nota, I don't know why I would have agreed to testify on behalf of Fear Phosphophylite, because the only reason that I could be called up to the stand would be in order to provide an alternative killer. So, And that's basically exactly what defense counsel did, is they asked them all of the questions that a court would want to hear in order to consider whether they might be the killers instead of Fear. So it's a bit baffling why they even agreed to testify. Maybe they thought they had to or something, I don't know. Anyway, my read on this, they're scapegoats, just like the brother story. And again, serial killers do this all the time to try and muddy the waters. It happened with Kurt Ambrose. If I recall correctly, it happened with Stephen Alexander. It happens all the time. It's the easiest thing to do to tie up an investigation on useless bullshit, because detectives are always detail-oriented people that try and go through everything with a fine-tooth comb to make sure their case is airtight and it's going to pass muster when they slap it in front of a prosecutor or a judge. And so if you just throw in bullshit like this, people are going to follow up on it, especially if you then bolster the bullshit by getting other people to carry the bullshit forward. Now we get the scapegoats. And the thing about scapegoats that I want to point out is there's basically 3 distinct points where the methodology of Sam changes. The first line is sometime after the murder of Kai, but before the murder of Amber. So previous to this point, there is no mention of Fear's brother at all. Once you cross this line, Kai's phone mentions to Pines that something to the effect of brother butchered kitten. Sam also mentions that they've been gone away for days and their sister is back at home and the sister hates their brother and says that, you know, the sister isn't here and the brother is gone. Now, if Sam were Fear's brother, why would Sam be talking about their brother being gone and how sister hates brother, unless this is some weird talking in the first person thing, which Sam doesn't really do at any point in any of these conversations. It also comes up around the same time that Sam is expressing fear about the police beginning to search for them. Sam mentions a sister in regarding babies and the Wolf Queen. This is now into the Amber murder. They termed Amber the Wolf Queen, who was, you know, giving birth to the creatures of the forest, or, you know, something to that effect. Also mentioned their sister just offhandedly. And this is where it really kind of... So there's a brief period of clarity after the Amber murder where Sam mentions they're sad and they're bemoaning kind of their situation, and they say that their sister is dead, their brother is dead, their mother is dead, their father is dead. And after a brief conversation, then also mentions that they hate their brother and that their brother is a liar. Presumably referring to the brother pinning it on Fear, that Fear was the one who butchered the kitten. Because in this version, early version of the story, Fear is the one who goes down for butchering the kitten. Because her brother did it and then blamed Fear, and then Fear is the one who caught all the flack from her parents. And that's why Fear knows how to hunt, because her father taught Fear how to hunt in order to work out what they perceived were her, air quotes, issues. The second notable thing about this whole line of conversation, this is all said when Sam trusts Will, and that Will is helping them, and has no reason to doubt what Will is saying, because Will has been nothing but helpful up until the second, line. So this is all the stuff that Sam is saying when they fully trust Will, that their brother is dead, that their brother was the one who butchered the kitchen, or not the kitchen, the kitten, that her sister hates her brother, that her sister is dead.
It's on the left side.
We have line number 2 that's crossed. This is on April 18th at 10:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight. So 2 days before Fear is alleged to have been kidnapped. So this is the point where Sam either directly suspects or just has an inclination that Will is a cop. And the result of this is because one of the places that Sam directed Will to, a bunch of cops showed up on scene. So this is where Sam starts to become distrustful of Will. And I'm pretty sure this is where Sam realizes they gotta come up with an alibi to throw off this investigation, because the police are now hot on their heels. This is when Sam begins talking about her from April 21st and onwards. This is right after the killing of Robert Scott. And this is where Sam also shifts focus almost entirely on trying to bust Fear for the murders. And the last thing that I note about this one is after the murders of Lucy and Paul, Sam does not ever call or text Pines' burner ever again. After this point, any communication between the police and Sam is made through Fear's phone and directly to the officers, not through any burner intermediaries or anything. The third shift in Sam's kind of thinking and the way they do stuff is post the April 30th interrogation, the first interrogation. So previous to this, there is no mention of an Alex or an Ash. My read on this is that after Fear was actually directly interrogated by police, she got spooked. And so now she's trying to come up with even more alibis. Oh, well, it could be Ash. Oh, well, it could be Alex. Oh, I'll throw these people under the bus. It's not enough that I have Sam try and pin me for the murders. I have to do more, because now I'm being interrogated. And I believe that the admitting to the Paul murder, I mean, let's face it, Fear probably knows that her hair and her blood were likely on scene there. The fessing up to the Paul murder likely was an attempt to draw sympathy. I'm going to admit to one killing in order to escape the rest. Also, I don't know if Fear necessarily knows, all the legal ramifications of the duress defense and that you can't actually use it for murder. It's very well possible that she was under the impression that you can use the duress defense for murder. The other thing that I note about post the interrogation, there's no more actual murders. There's no more artistic killings. There's no more staging with body parts and other things like that. Everything after the interrogation on April 30th is attacking people out of either revenge or to achieve some kind of goal. For instance, Doris Drews. Doris Drews appears to just be straight naked revenge because Bree McNabb was talking shit to her over the phone all the way back on April 23rd. Based on Sadi's statements to police about what Sam was trying to get her to do, it's very clear that Sadi was targeted as an attempt to try and slow down, obfuscate, or tank the investigation, either by being able to more closely monitor it, by being, on there, being hired, or being able to, modify information. Just the mere fact that Saudi was targeted at all allows Sam to then claim, oh yeah, I made Saudi do all of these things and all of your reports are now compromised. Which then, again, delays the investigation because now investigators actually have to go through and look at their reports to see if they actually have been doctored. Brutus was very clearly an attempt to get back at La Fuente Blanca and the vets that she hates, who also, would talk shit to her. There were the heads, one of the dog, one of Lucy. There were the calls made to the vets. And, there's Brutus, one of the precious animals that we have in our city with a personality and a heart of gold that everyone loves. The only outlier post April 30th is Micah Rain. From a utilitarian perspective, it's not really clear what attacking Micah Rain actually accomplishes. It's possible that the attack on Micah Rain was sort of an attempt to, return to form and, perform a more artistic murder. Because Micah isn't really linked to anyone who, at the time, had a problem with fear. And there's nothing in any of the phone records or subpoenas that would suggest some kind of beef between her and Micah or her and anyone else Micah might know. The only other link is Micah was in the Bloom and Harvest group chat, and Amber Harper, was killed at that time. But there wasn't really anything else connecting that one. I don't know. Micah's a bit of an outlier in that regard for the post-April 30th stuff. But, there's clear changes in the way Sam is doing things, and there's clear changes in the stories Sam are saying, depending on which stage you're at. Stage 1, Stage 2, Stage 3. And we get to the snare traps. I had a brief note about the snare traps here. Unfortunately for the state, the only real link about all these snare traps all over the place is the singular instance where Amber Harper's head is found near a severed, chewed off wolf leg. Kind of sort of indicating that Amber's head was probably used as bait for a wolf into a snare trap, and then the wolf was snared and then chewed off its own leg to get away. Yeah, there's a text message where Sam mentions that, he snares animals up and strings them up and loves to torture them and things like that. But as far as any kind of, physical or eyewitness evidence, there's not really anything that link Sam. Yeah, it's probably likely all those snares were set up by Sam. It's probably likely that all of these animals that are out in the woods, just found tortured and mutilated for God knows whatever reason, were Sam. But outside of two situations that didn't have some kind of direct connection with the murders, I don't really think the state has enough evidence to pin a lot of these animal cruelty charges on Sam. There's not really enough there to link the two. And then my final notes. Sam once expressed to Pines fear over what the state does to people like them. And they vaguely referenced the decapitation of Norman Jayden. They vaguely referenced the time that I blew up Stephen Alexander with a helicopter. And then at some point, Sam states that they deserve it. What? I'd have to agree. We're not there yet. with the brother defense not really shaking out. There's many things to underline the brother defense. There's the stage 1 texts between Sam and Pines, where it's very
You're not
clear
going
that
in
Sam
circles,
is
George.
not the brother, considering Sam
Please,
keeps
for the love of
talking
God,
about the
some of
brother
us want
being
to sleep.
dead and how they hate their brother and things like that. It seems like the brother story was something that developed later and likely is not legitimate. There's the text messages where the phone purporting to be Sam and the phone purporting to be Fear are reversed. There's no evidence that this brother even exists, again, outside of statements from Fear herself or those articles. The brother defense doesn't really work. Then we have to ask ourselves, okay, well, could it be Alex Rigby? Could it be Kira Nota, also known as Ash? I mean, their names came up. Their names were used a handful of times. Why couldn't it be them? The reason why it can't really be them is because there's demonstrated physical evidence links between Fear and 2 of these scenes, plus Fear being personally identified by one of the victims, albeit maybe not with the greatest of memory, but again, points. With Fear being physically confirmed to be on scene of the Brutus incident and physically confirmed to be on the scene of Lucy Calloway and Paul Jones.
Yeah,
It's
it's
not
been
really
2
a whole lot of
hours,
options
Joey.
here.
Hurry up. I want to sleep.
And we can link, again, we can link the Lucy Calloway and the Paul Jones to almost every other incident, either directly or within a step, because of all of the evidence that is shared between the different scenes, the similarities in the modus operandi,
Yeah, we've been
the
over
presence of
this.
Sam at every single scene, and even admitting to an officer on their burner phone that they murdered these individuals. Like, if we take those as confessions between Sam and the officer, all we have to do is figure out who Sam is. And based on all of the evidence that has been presented to me, there's really only one person Sam could be, and that's Fear Phosphophylite. No other person that matches, sure, some of it is circumstantial evidence, but when you have circumstantial evidence with 10 different data points all saying, yep, this is the person who did it, and there is still physical and eyewitness evidence at least 3 of these scenes to place Fear there as the culprit who did it, plus a confession to at least one of the murders. Yeah, there's no other option but Fear. Point, I've been rambling for a while, and I've got a brand new baby judge here. Do you want to say anything, Sharp? I'm going to pass it off to you before we actually get to the verdict.
He pretty much touched on everything that I was able to come up with there in my deliberations. As we waxed everything before the sentencing
Use the
hearing, we
microphone.
aligned our notes.
Man.
In fact, he caught a few
Microphone,
things.
please.
They're yelling at you to use the microphone.
All right, how
Yeah.
about now?
No, it's still miserable.
I think you're good. You sound louder.
Yeah.
Better?
Yeah,
By chance?
I think you're using the microphone now. Go ahead.
Read out the verdict. Am I just putting a guilty plea for all the
Everybody can hear me. Are we there?
Did
You're
we go.
Yes.
Okay,
gotta
perfect.
wait and see. Let's see what they
So
say.
I'll just be
I think
brief
we
with it
didn't
because
get
he
all the
did
animal
touch
ones.
on just about damn near everything.
And
As I
I
did my own
pled guilty to
deliberations
that.
in reviewing this case, I came to very much the same conclusion. Through all the evidence that was presented by the state, there is
I've
a
got
direct
something. Yeah, we
link
can
to
discuss
each
something in a
one of
moment.
these scenes from one to another to another, whether that be through intentional behavior or just blatant egotistical nature that they didn't believe that they were going to get apprehended. It really boiled down to who Sam was. And the brother defense did not hold up for me either, as there was no corroborating evidence to really substantiate the claim that a brother even existed. I was baffled as well by the defense putting the two individuals up on the stand to potentially throw shade or a doubt that they were the killers. I also agree that it was outrageous that they even agreed to testify, putting themselves in that line of fire. With all these links and the circumstantial evidence presented, it all amounts to one conclusion. Fear is the individual responsible for these attacks. Fear is Sam, and they should be held accountable for the crimes committed. I actually was able to only find less charges in terms of the animals. I did go through every single animal timeline, and I did also agree that while it is very likely the person was mutilating these animals, there needs to be some link between each one of these animal mutilations in order to find Fear guilty of those as well. So I did find that they were
Are you
going to
wanting
be held
to
accountable
address
for
the
the
Judas
animals
here at some
directly
point?
related to the scene. And Joy even
Like,
encountered two
the
scenes which I
animals.
missed.
Okay, we
One
will
by
most
pool
into for you
specifically
to be able to
that
address
even
the
included
case.
extra charges
So you
onto
don't
that.
get
With that being said, we are pretty much in
guilty.
hard agreement on everything that was stated by Joy in the last 2 hours.
All right, so because we got to get the sentencing hearing on right after this, unless people want it postponed for whatever reason, I think probably anybody who wants to speak is probably here right now. And I managed to cut my time down in half on the yapping instead of going for 4 or 5 hours like I did previously. The verdict. So, Fear Phosphophyllite's already been found guilty of 1 count of murder for some reason I always forget Paul's last name, and I don't know why. Paul Jones. That's why. It's a generic
The
last name.
animals. I want that.
The
Okay,
panel, after
we'll just
discussing
give
it,
you, just give us a moment,
is
let him
going
get
to
through this,
find
and then we can
Fear Phosphophyllite guilty
we can bring it up.
of 6 counts of murder, 1 count of murder of a government employee, 6 counts of robbery, and 1 count of robbery of a government employee. This covers the murders of Stacy Recht, Julie Markovich, Kai Otani, Amber Harper, Robert Scott, Lucy Calloway, and Paul Jones. They are also finding Miss Phosphophyllite guilty of 2 counts of mayhem minor, 2 counts of robbery, 1 count of robbery of a government employee, 1 count of kidnapping, 1 count of kidnapping of a government employee, and 1 count of attempted murder. So, for people who are looking at what the state was requesting, the discrepancy here is that Micah Rain, whilst she is an EMS, she had just gotten off duty at the VU. The assault of Micah seems to have nothing at all to do with her EMS duties at all. She was not on duty at the time. Merely by being employed as an EMS, or even merely being employed as a police officer, that's not really enough to go to the government version of it. Like, you kind of have to show either that you were on duty at the time or that you were targeted specifically or incidentally because of your employment. Like, if an off-duty police officer is kidnapped because they are a police officer, it's still the government flavor because they're targeted because they were a police officer. If it's just some random act of opportunity on someone, and you happen to be an off-duty, off-the-clock cop, that's not robbery of a government employee, that's just robbery. Because there's no causal connection between your employment and the robbery. Additionally, there's an issue with Micah on the kidnapping charge. Micah Rain, I did not include a kidnapping charge in the verdict here because by all accounts, Micah got into the car with Fear willingly. And so that now creates a question of, did Fear develop the intent to try and murder Micah when she saw her at the clothing store, when she invited her into the car, whilst driving in the car, whilst they had already stopped at the theater? And because we can't really say whether deceit was involved and she willingly got into the car with someone who she thought was a coworker, there's not enough really here for kidnapping beyond a reasonable doubt. Since the spontaneous nature of Sam is one that very easily could have lended itself to, they had already gotten to the Sisyphus Theater, and Sam had already come out, or at that point, and so there wasn't really any transportation involved. Like, there's too many variables here to be able to tell what happened, and the statute requires either like force, fear, unwillingness, or deceit. And we can't really conclusively say when or where deceit came into this. And kidnapping, kind of a small potatoes charge here, but again, I'm going through this shit with a fine-tooth comb. Last but not least, the panel finds you guilty of, assuming my math is correct, 51 counts of animal cruelty major and 17 counts of poaching of an endangered species. Now, this is a lot less than what the state was asking for, and the discrepancy is because this covers essentially the following. It covers all of the animals that were found at the scene of all 6 murders. Technically 7, but there's 6 discrete scenes. It includes the April 24th scene in which several animals were found next to a pool at a house in the Rockford Hills with a cooler present. This very much seems like it was preparation for the eventual murders of Lucy Calloway and Paul Jones. And this is actually corroborated in statements from Sam to Pines about the next one being their magnum opus and things like that. So this seems like almost like a test arrangement of that eventual murder. There's enough links between the methodology and the text messages to conclusively say beyond a reasonable doubt that this was done by Sam. It also includes the 2 Australian shepherds that were found in a trash can outside the Infinity Apartments with those strange notes about the 6 scenes. This includes the wolf that was found, the wolf leg that was found with Amber's head that was caught at a snare. This includes the severed head of the dog that was found at La Fuente Blanca. It also includes the dog that was strung up headless and heartless in Paleto, because Sam directly referenced that dog in text messages to Wesley Pines. And it was also done shortly before, or shortly after, the conversation was had between Sam and Etta Hawthorne, as well as Kiki Pendragon, about whether they wanted hearts or heads. And last but not least, it also includes Brutus. All of the other incidents, there's just not enough causal link between that and Sam. Sam just making a blanket statement of, yeah, I torture animals and capture them in snares, isn't enough to cover just random animal mutilations out in the forest. it's likely that they were done by Sam. I can't in good conscience find someone guilty based on that alone, especially not beyond a reasonable doubt. Thing I want to cover is the poaching charge. So this poaching charge only covers the eagles, the cormorant, the salamander, the frog, the wolves, the mouse, and the mountain lions. It does not include the brush rabbits or the brown-backed coyotes or anything like that, and here's why. If you want to push poaching in addition to animal cruelty, you got to prove to me that that rabbit isn't just any old rabbit, that it's specifically a brush rabbit. Same thing with the coyote. You got to prove that that coyote is a brown-backed coyote instead of any other coyote. You got to prove to me that that butterfly is a San Andreas blue butterfly and not any of the myriad of other butterfly species out there. Here's why. Because the alternative to that is killing any animal in this state that isn't a deer, a boar, or a domesticated animal suddenly becomes poaching of an endangered species. That's not how this shit works. In some cases, it's been logged or is just self-evident that, yeah, it is a cormorant. Yeah, it is an eagle. Yeah, it is the whatever the fuck that pack mouse thing is. In those cases, yeah, sure, I'm willing to buy that. But unless you got some demonstrated evidence that that rabbit is specifically a brush rabbit and not a gray-footed hare or whatever fucking kind of other rabbit species we may or may not have here, it ain't poaching of an endangered species. So, I'm finding Theophosphophyllite not guilty of any of the conspiracy charges. I understand where the state was coming from this one. These conspiracy charges were essentially predicated on just finding snares, because obviously if you find a snare somewhere, the intent is, ooh, they were probably trying to catch an animal. And if it's in front of a wolf den, they're probably trying to catch a wolf, and that's an endangered species. That's not how conspiracy liability works. Conspiracy liability, and a conspiracy generally, is when two people or more agree to commit a crime, and then one person takes a substantial step towards that crime. You cannot conspire with yourself. A conspiracy necessarily requires two or more people. If you only have one person, it is never a conspiracy. What we're actually asking for is to try and charge for the attempt. The attempted animal cruelty. And the problem with the attempted animal cruelty is that animal cruelty, especially animal cruelty major, requires an intention to cruelly kill or torture, etc., etc. If all you have is just a snare laying out in the wild, there is nothing to derive the intention of the person laying the snare. Yeah, you might be able to derive a little bit of intent if, oh, well, the snare's got fish hooks. Okay, well, maybe the fish hooks are there to make sure that the animal is less able to escape, because the fish hooks will also dig into the skin in addition to the snare itself. Like, you can't derive intent based on an inanimate object just laying out in the woods. That doesn't work. So you don't have attempt, and you don't have conspiracy either. So the panel is finding Theophosphophyllite not guilty of all conspiracy charges, and what, 104 counts of animal cruelty and however many counts out of poaching outside the 17. We're going with 51 and 17.
Very quiet.
And that's the verdict of this court. Now, assuming everybody's still awake, lively, and ready to go, now it's time for sentencing.
Your Honor,
Do you?
can we get like a 10-minute stretch
Yeah,
break?
can we just get 10 minutes?
I was
That's
literally
insane.
about to ask the counselors if you would like to have a recess, and if so, how long, or if you just wanted to just go right into it.
God, please.
10 minutes and just private counsel with the defendant in the back room.
10 minutes. You know what? Take 20. Take 20 minutes. We're gonna have 20 whole
I have
minutes.
5 minutes to get
That's
food,
outside.
15 minutes to take.
For
privacy, I can let you downstairs.
20 whole minutes.
Perfect.
There you all go.
Yeah,
We'll
no, that's
reconvene at
that's great. We just
Yeah, I'm gonna
obviously
put
we
you
need
guys
to.
downstairs so you guys can have some privacy. So.
Where am I?
Exactly what I was suggesting.
Get
Bird
food
mask
brought
around
down
here.
there?
I could use one.
Yes, please.
Yes, I can
past the
request for
hour.
that.
Fuck it.
Make sure she gets downstairs safely after all that.
Bird, if you just want to step away real quick.
Why don't you get food? You need more
let's
food?
get these transferred onto your wrists.
Nope. All right.
And downstairs we go.
That's right, James.
The animals.
Grab food for the lawyers as well. That'd be much
Please don't
appreciated.
antagonize.
But it's so funny.
I can't suggest antagonizing because I'll be honest, my primary directive right now is your safety, so I will shoot anyone that pulls a gun or anything. So do that.
Much more incentive to antagonize them.
Well, my don't weaponize PD, please.
The first yapping was like 4 hours, so that was an improved. That was a bad.
I believe
Yeah.
everyone in this room probably needs food.
Yeah, we do.
Let me give you some. You some. I'm gonna go buy
You?
some more. Stick your hand in the bars for me.
Oh, yes, please.
Further if you can.
You all right, Bird? It's been a while since I seen you. You got the cane, so.
There you go. Alright. Do either of you guys need food?
Yes, please.
God, yeah.
Okay, I'll go grab some food.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Okay, so I guess we're at this point,
I'm
and
just
you
gonna
are.
listen in the corner. If you guys need anything, just holler at me.
Appreciate
alright?
it.
Thank you,
So
officer.
you are requesting death then?
Say again?
Of course.
I just said thank you.
Oh, okay. My bad. Yeah.
Okay,
No
and you
worries.
said about the animal stuff.
Oh, it's too late.
No, what I'm going to say is if you're wanting to discuss that, we can motion that you are seeking death
They... Oh yeah, I thought you were talking
and that
like
and that you want to.
do anything about that.
Yeah, we can't do anything about that, but we can also then motion that you wish to address the judge on the verdict and your decision for wanting death, and see if he will allow you to speak. And then that's up
First,
to you what you wish to
privately
speak.
with them. But
I mean, if you want privately or publicly, we can request that, whichever you want.
just to let me speak publicly now. We don't want to endanger Mr. Chad's life over there.
Again, that's your decision. I'm not trying to tell you what to do here. Yeah.
Hey, you're fine with my life, but also if you want to keep everything between, attorney-client privileges, just make sure you're whispering.
Please make sure you're doing that. Yeah. So here's the thing. The way the sentencing hearing is gonna go.
I already
Is there
warded
gonna
off
let-
one knife attack today. I can do many more.
Hell yeah, bro. They're gonna allow the public to go up. Usually, I think it's supposed to be, and I hope that they do keep it to this, but anyone that's like personally or directly affected, any like victims or victims' families are supposed to go up and say something. But I imagine every person that works at that vet's office who gets grossly overpaid, because like government corruption, is gonna go up and say something about it. So they're gonna shoop 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 shoop. I think they're gonna put a time limit on it. They'll probably keep it to like 30 seconds. So you're basically gonna have to deal with, if you ever seen Game of Thrones, where that lady walks through the street behind what's her name, Cersei, and rings that little bell and says shame, shame, shame. You're gonna have to deal with that, and then there would be people that would go up and speak on your behalf, right? If you have anyone here that you think would go up and speak on your behalf, they would go and speak. We could speak as your attorneys as well, but also like we've already gone up as your attorneys and spoken, said everything. I might say a word or two,
Please do.
depending on how it goes.
Say whatever you
Go from
wish.
there.
Piss off the vets again. It'll be funny again, just like your
Hey.
closing.
I mean, look at it this way, right? It was a tough uphill case. Out of like 260 plus charges individually, 175 of them went out the window. So, and all of them being animal related, that's a W that you can take with you over those guys. So they're gonna go up and they're gonna be really upset and bitch and moan about that, I imagine. And then that will affect the judges panel on what your sentencing is. And I don't remember the number or the details of the Stephen Alexander case.
We're over that though. Don't know the specifics, but we're definitely over that.
Was it above? I don't think he had more than 7 victims. I mean, he had a lot of victims, but for people that actually died,
Yeah.
I don't
I hold the record currently.
I think you might hold the record, Fear.
I think so.
Ophelia's gonna double check that, but I think you might hold the record. So we might not have to motion for like a request for being put to death. I hope you do though, because that would set a really cool precedent, which is another W to take.
It feels right, Bird.
It does feel right. Do you feel okay?
Yes,
I mean, as much as you can.
fine.
Where is it within our documents, the Stephen Alexander thing?
I'll tell you, blind now.
Because I'm struggling to find it, but
Let's put like do the thing where you look for all reports and type in like Stephen Alexander. You know, oddly, I've been here in this spot with clients before, and there's just like an odd calmness and acceptance of it. You know, I just hope we did the best by you that we possibly could have. You know, in hindsight, there's a couple of more things I wish I got out there and said, but also I don't think it would have changed the judge's mind.
But I wish I pressed this copycat to murder someone sooner.
Dear God. Well, you know, hindsight's 20/20, right?
Though I didn't appreciate Joey going up there and lying and saying there have been no animal mutilations. And quite a few, I know, because the copycat tells me about them every single fucking time he does it. As if I'm going to be proud of him.
so
Far as Joy knows, he can only go based off of what was put in this case and docket. And we motioned for the additional evidence of things we knew out there to go into it. And they didn't. Police literally just stopped adding shit after they had you in there. That was kind of part of the overall defense.
okay.
But he
So
also can't make that judgment.
okay, so Stephen Alexander, I believe, let me get the right one. Yeah, Stephen Alexander, who was the one that was shot with the helicopter, was 1 times murder, 3 times mayhem major, 3 times kidnapping, and 2 times witness tampering.
You got the fucking streak. How many murders you just got? Like
1.
7.
So we just got 7.
I'm upset I didn't get government corruption. In hindsight.
Well, he kind of explained that is that it was basically due to, again, I don't want to come down and like and say anything negative on the cops on it because there was so much shit to go through, and then to go back and rework through all of it as well, they would have had to update stuff and check MDW postings. Didn't have sufficient evidence to prove that you did or didn't do the government corruption stuff with the MDW. So that's why I didn't get it. It is disappointing.
It is.
But yeah, that's why.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people will say a lot of things about Joy, right, in there. But like I said, he is he's probably the most unbiased and straight down the middle. Although it may take him a long time to articulate his reasoning why, he likes to articulate why, so there's no questions. He's by the book. He goes based off what they had, and even he had said like the only way you can really link these murders is due to one or two mistakes, right? Yeah, the cops in the city on the run for over 2 months, and not until you made one mistake in an interrogation room were they able to put cuffs on you. Like it was a lot for them to follow, a big track list of shit and everything to link together, and it was. Man, I don't necessarily agree with what you did, Fear, but kudos, I guess.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna, before we run out of time, just to be clear. So you're seeking death, obviously, and you're wanting to speak to the judge either publicly or privately.
Better speak to him privately.
Privately. So that's something that I will motion, or if Bird wants to, but we can motion both of those at the beginning so that we can have those out of the way, and then proceedings can hopefully move on a bit more swiftly.
We have to wait for them to get through an appeal to the court for a death penalty, but I think you're going to get that death penalty. The state's officially asking for it, and I mean, the bar to reach is Stephen Alexander.
It's
And
your.
Coupled,
We can't even see that in the rearview mirror right now.
I don't think we're going to
I wonder
have.
if I'll be tried in Substantia, North Carolina. I killed my brother, I killed my mother, my cousin, my little sister, and her newborn.
Fucking come on.
All right.
Okay.
We can't stop you from going up there and speaking on your behalf.
Yeah.
But
If
yeah,
you want to
might
go
cause
up
a
there
fucking
and
riot.
if you want to go up and speak on your own behalf, you can.
It might cause a riot.
And say I'm not going to advise or about any of that. That is entirely your decision at this point.
Yeah, you can go up and speak on defense or whatever. That's where, I mean, if you want to actually encourage them there, like, I want the death sentence. Like, you can say that. State, everybody on behalf of the side of the state is going to go up and say what they want to say. Or I don't even know if they'll split it like that, but you be the last one to go speak on your own behalf. Just make sure you're speaking to the mic, or these people are going to go fucking batshit.
It seems to upset people when they don't speak in the mic.
I hate it. Can't stand it. No. That's just and that's just the process there. This like last 20 minutes here of free headspace. Just fucking kick it, like this was a journey for everybody here. Right?
Yeah, and I mean, my personal opinion at this point is, hopefully I'd never be in this position, but Christ, I would want to go down and make it at least as big as I can, if I was.
Is this one of your first docketed cases, Ophelia?
This is my second actually docketed case. It's not a bench trial.
You need to bill yourself as an attorney. You count up all the charges in this case, and then you count all those animal ones that got thrown out. And you say, out of like 260, I'm pretty sure it's around there, not exact, I got like 165 fucking thrown out.
Yeah,
So,
just that.
you know what I mean? You make that claim as an attorney.
Yeah.
The first big major case is like, hey, I defended a serial killer with the most amount of evidence in the state that has the record for most murders, and I got 60% of those charges.
I mean, to be
in
fair,
about
one of the things
1 billion hours.
To be fair, one of the things I was going to turn around and say to the judges is going, how about some of us get paid for how long this has taken? Not that that's your fault, Fear. You know, you didn't.
Oh my God, I forgot the clock on duty for this entire court case. Oh well. Not the first time that's happened.
Yeah.
Okay. We sign on duty now. You get paid for like a fucking hour at least. But you know, like, yeah, you're gonna.
Yeah.
I feel confident you're gonna get the death. I do. I'm both saddened by that because despite the horrific things you did, Fear, you know, we've all kind of like been in on this for the past couple of weeks together, and I don't know. I usually feel
Yeah.
some type of way with all my clients. You know what I mean?
And
We
I'll
do
be
other
honest.
things.
And I'll be honest. I'm one of those people. It's why it was part of my opinion. I don't think capital punishment is the right thing, but that's not my decision right now.
Yeah, I personally don't agree with capital punishment morally, but in terms of safety, instead of housing and feeding prisoners, like I guess economically I do, but like I don't know, I don't like capital punishment, and I personally wish they don't go with it, but also at the same time I hope you get what you want in the end there.
I at least wish
Not
you
someone
that
to
it's.
suffer.
Yeah, I at least wish that you don't have to suffer.
We're all human, man. None of us are fucking perfect, and some of us do some pretty broken shit. Some more than others, Fear. You know, shout out. But people are people. You know what I mean? And I think everybody's kind of got a chance at redemption. I don't think it matters if public or the community you come from gives you that forgiveness. I think it's something that you find on your own, in your own time, in your own way, and that's something that you could work out in prison, and you know, until the end of your days. And I want that for everybody. I want that for you, but I understand how you see things, and I'm a little, you know what I mean, in awe of your ability to kind of, no pun intended, fearlessly kind of face that with, you know, the demeanor that you have. I don't know if it has to do with issues or traumas that you have that are causing that, but I'd be scared shitless right now, and this is very scary to have to know that we're going upstairs and just get the public fucking shaming, and then, you know, they schedule your last day, and we don't know what they have planned, right? They might tell us the way, they might not. But if you're gonna go out there and say your final fucking verbal manifesto, kid, make it a goddamn good one. Make it a great one. Put an exclamation point on your dark shit. Word of the bird, I guess.
And if nothing else, maybe take all those people that have been saying on Twitter that you're just a derivative and show them what you really are.
Yeah. This is about art.
I feel really bad that we're basically just gassing them up to go, you know what, if you're going down, just make it fucking big.
Whatever you needed for one last piece, I would. Well, you know, other the methodology that you use, but you get my point. Just go out as an artist, Spear. Go out as the best goddamn artist that you can. Make the biggest statement piece that just fucking lives with people forever. All right. The road doesn't end here today, but
Well, I will consider what to say. I don't want it to be overly wordy.
you don't want to self-inflate, but I don't fucking know. But I always find that in the moment, when the right words fucking hit, they always find you when they need you to, or when you need them to. Just, hey, you've got nothing to lose. Say what you want.
Wait,
Get in a moment that like most people will never get. Or say what you want with literally nothing holding you back.
There are no
You don't
consequences
have
left
to
for
worry-
this.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about what happened.
I think 2 paragraphs should do it as I mentally write this up.
Two paragraphs.
You do you.
So you might turn the crowd in your favor at that point compared to Joy talking for 2 hours.
And I thought my opening was long.
Oh yeah, honestly, yeah, you did. That was a really good opening. Long, but it wasn't even. It didn't even clock as one of my longest. Franklin's fucking opening questioning though. Woof. That
Yeah,
went on
but that's-
forever.
But Franklin talks shit constantly. That's
But
un-
he didn't, the lead investigator on the case, he had like a third of the questions for than the officer that joined like halfway through the case. So I was like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? But again, that could just be strategic choice of witnesses. He went with the one that was really going to drama farm, and Pines is a really nice guy. Even when he's upset, like his tone of voice, you know what I mean? Like everything he says will come off kind of sympathetic. So
I got
Um,
food for you guys.
thanks, Wilson.
Beautiful.
Welcome.
So many freaking paper cups.
Someone's
Yeah, do you need any
hungry.
more? Are you good?
I should be all right. Unless you have extra, then I'll probably take it. But otherwise, I should be fine.
How
Okay.
much longer do we have until sentencing?
Like 5 minutes, I think.
5?
But Joy's still in line outside, so maybe a bit.
Oh, they're still getting food.
Would now be an okay time to get the statement?
I mean,
Statement.
I just want some more time. If
Did
you
you
want to
wanna get a
provide one
statement?
about when you were attacked in prison
Pretending to care about that now.
since the beginning.
I'll give it that. She has about it, and we just haven't been able to set something up. So at
Woke
least
up
for a
from the
little while.
ICU. I gave an officer a statement. Was that one lost or ditched?
Your officer gave that statement too?
No idea, some man. If you want the statement, Bree McNabb, Dakota, whatever their name was, Sebastian something and some other one I didn't recognize, came into the prison, held me down, and mocked me and degraded me as they carved these words into me, this moth into me.
Just for my
you okay, James?
my own sanity, real quick. How long ago was that, and was there any DOC present for that?
DOC present, at least when it happened. I don't know about when she woke up in ICU, but there was no
I
DOC when
didn't-
it happened.
Okay. How long ago did that happen?
Yeah, I have the date. Hold on 1 second.
Because, fun fact, I don't think there was ever a report that was shared with us for that.
Shared it with the warden.
Okay, fair enough. If that's the case, then it never came down. But also somewhat understandable because the warden's a bit hard to get in contact right now. So, realistically, going forward, any reports like that, share with just general command. So that's myself, Tom Wolf, and Warden, Deputy Warden.
Alrighty.
I can identify them because they were not wearing masks and they all said who they were. Exactly why they were doing this.
Okay. Did they
Said Bree,
break into
Dakota,
prison?
Sebastian, and you didn't know who else. No, they got sent to prison.
Prison. Okay.
Yeah, I've got like all the evidence proving who they were for the most part.
Alright.
I know you were
Uh-huh.
texting them, and Bree was asking about visiting you. You know, if you're around to visit.
And she sent a text message afterwards, pretending like she was in visitation after she'd done what she did to me.
That was done afterwards.
Listen. If you want the specifics, I believe it was Dakota who carved the moth into my stomach, Bree who'd carved nobody, and Butcher into my chest and head. I don't remember who cut my tendons, though. Bastion and the other one were the ones who put me down.
Okay, if you can make sure that report is at least shared with me,
Yeah, I
and
just
I'll
now
distribute
shared it
that
with you.
to. Perfect. I'll distribute that to the rest of command.
I think I may not have shared it with them. I
No,
just sworn I
did
did.
not get
Maybe I
that.
sent him a text. Or, I
I got the
confuse
notification.
you. Check in your shared. It's this AD report, so I need to go to
Yeah, that's where I
report shared
checked.
with
Maybe
me,
I
and
need
it's
to refresh
from
my thing.
May 5th. So you have to scroll down if you've had other stuff shared with you since then.
Oh, right. I got it.
Did you have any? I know you were in a wheelchair for a while. Do you have other like long-term or permanent damage from what they did?
Literally have multiple scars that are not removable carved into my body. I would say yes. I don't think I can walk as well as I used to. Affected with a Achilles wound injury.
The mayhem.
Can you guys let me know when the judges come out? All right, the judges are out. Just gonna make sure I got everything I need from you.
Yep. Whenever you're good, just let me know, and I'll get her back out there. So Fear, I'll be real with you. Take this time to kind of collect yourself because realistically, 90%, if not more, of the people out there are going to speak against you. So if you need some time to collect yourself for that, just take that time now. If you need some additional time, let me know, and we can sort that out. But otherwise, if you're ready to go, then we can do that.
Maybe 1 or 2 more minutes.
Okay, that is completely fine.
You okay, James?
Yeah.
Give us a couple
Alrighty.
more minutes
Okay,
for the suspect to
You want to go over our
compose himself. and
series of what
we
we're
will
going to do, or are we just going to let it go and let her wrap herself
So
at the end?
come this far with her.
Yeah.
We'll wait. Walk up with her.
Yep.
The public's gonna have their time to speak. Like I said, we prepared her. It's gonna be the Game of Thrones Cersei shame walk, and
So thank you for sharing
Yeah,
that
do that
report with me,
Yep.
Veronica. So going forward, basically just to let you know, I already let Bill know, but I don't know if he disseminated that to anyone else. But if anything happens in prison and there are no DOC around, we need a report, and we need that within 24 hours of the occurrence.
I sent a
Ideally
text
filled
to Maxwell,
out
but
completely.
normally, yeah.
Ideally filled out completely with every statement. But yes, 24 hours for those reports to us, so we know what's going on.
I'll give you guys
Yeah, this report's
credit on.
mostly done. I was just missing her statement because she was in ICU and trying to connect after that.
Yeah, this one's fine. I think this one happened well after that standard came into place. And again, I don't know if that got disseminated out after communicating that with Bill. But if it didn't, please communicate that out for me to the rest of the command. But
do.
yes, 24 hours for a report completely filled out, finished, and we need that.
On to the rest of the CID as well.
Yeah, that'd be perfect, especially considering obviously the potential high-profile inmates we have. We do need that ASAP, so that's why the 24 hours is enforced, so we can ensure we're aware of any possible threats, anything, and we can deal with that accordingly.
I'm ready.
You all right?
Yes, I'm ready.
Right. Take your hands here, get you in these cuffs, and just formalities again. I'll just give you a quick search. We'll go back up, and then we'll be on our way. Good there. Let's go this way.
Room. In case
Agreed.
anyone tries to
Completely
do anything, we
agreed.
can.
Make sure people in the upper decks have guns as well. This is the portion where we need to be extremely vigilant and need to point out any single thing that potentially brings question, right? My job right now is to make sure Fear is safe for the judicial process. So everything we can do to make sure Fear is safe, we are going to do. So
Let's not Lee Harvey Oswald this shit.
All right, so
guys.
all officers who
We're
are in
on
the
20
courtroom,
for
make
security.
sure you have your gun in your hand during this
Yes.
entire sentencing process. Any single thing that seems
Well,
suspicious,
security's
I'll call it out on
25.
radio.
Sorry, 25. 25. Also, quick note to anyone on this channel for security. If there is someone here for security that is not on this channel, get them on this channel right now. If anything is going... Yeah. Affirm. Yeah, if anything is going to happen, it is going to be now. So we need to be ready and we need to be prepared. More or less be on your toes and stay vigilant. Appreciate you guys and keep it up. All right, Fear. Let's hit it.
Hey, James. Let's go. I've also sent Alex and Ash our best wishes and hope that they're, going to be okay through all this.
No, it's fine. Yeah.
Talking about that. We have steps to get through here.
If we get 2 in the courthouse,
thinking about it.
We'll get there if we cross that line.
I will.
To the desk and just leave them loose cuffed so I can bring them down to the cells if anything goes wrong.
I guess we're all taking our places.
Here we go.
This way, James. Keep going.
I'll be honest with
There we
you,
go.
there are 3 names on that.
All right. Is everyone
Saying,
present in the courtroom who needs to be here and or who wants to be here? Because if you are not in this courtroom and you wish to make a statement on behalf or against fear phosphophylite, you gotta be in the room.
Everybody on the state side is here, Your Honor.
Okay.
Everybody
everyone here
on
for
the defense. Yeah, everyone on defense is here, Honor.
All right. So before we begin the sentence hearing, I have 2 corrections. One humorous, one not so humorous. Correction number 1. I mistakenly referred to Dakota Valentino Black as a her. Dakota Valentino Black is a him. The confusion there, I have only met this person once in my entire life, and that was at the 20-minute deposition that I took about a week ago. And in my notes, just to peel back the curtain a bit, I rarely, if ever, use pronouns in my notes. I either skip them entirely or I use the person's name or some other identifier because I don't want to confuse people. I want to be very specific about who is doing what throughout testimony or in my note-taking. So I don't really, when I examining my notes, unless if I have a clear and distinct recollection of who you are, I don't really know what gender you are. But I made a mistake, and for that I apologize. Correction number 2, JoJo actually was not the one who hasn't activated their windows. They sent me a screenshot of what they sent to Officer Evelyn Mayer, meaning it was likely Evelyn Mayer who needs to activate their windows. So I retract my statement about JoJo needing to activate windows, and I instead make a statement that Officer Evelyn Mayer needs to activate their windows. That.
It would be the cops.
All right. With the corrections out of the way, I believe we are ready to begin our sentencing hearing. So for those of you who don't know what a sentencing hearing is, a sentencing hearing is basically an opportunity for both the state and the defense to call people up to speak on behalf of the defendant or against the defendant and propose their own sentencing recommendation. As a court, this is necessary anytime we are considering, basically anytime the state considers the death penalty, and oftentimes is considered for many of the more serious felony A crimes, even if the death penalty is not being explicitly requested. It's a sort of a stopgap to prevent tyranny by a handful of judges basically doing whatever they want, and allows the community to participate in the punishment by, members of that community. How this is going to go is we're going to have the state call up anyone that they explicitly want to speak first. Then it will go to the defense to call up anyone they explicitly want to speak. And then the floor will be open for anyone who was not explicitly named or called. I'm going to throw a wrench in the works here. And I want to hear from Franklin DuPont first and foremost. And the reason why I want to hear from Franklin DuPont is because I have presided over many a case and heard of many a case with Franklin DuPont regarding murder. And he has advocated against the death penalty in every single case and has always appealed to, the sanctity of life and the classic line of no one deserves to have their story snuffed out no matter the crime. In this particular case, Franklin DuPont, as special prosecutor, has explicitly asked for the death penalty for an individual, which goes against everything that I know of Franklin DuPont historically in basically every sentencing hearing he's ever participated in. So I am very curious as to what change of heart Franklin DuPont has gone under to request the death penalty in this particular case.
No, I'm not.
Not typical in a sentencing hearing, I, as one of the panelists in this court, am compelling Franklin DuPont to come up and state that, because this is a very interesting departure from his typical, I don't know, opinion on things. Then why don't you come up here and tell me why you've had a change of heart with this particular case, if that's even the case.
Well, gee, thank you for the softball there, Joy. Can everybody hear me all right? We all good?
You're good.
Your honors, esteemed members of the Los Santos City Courthouse, thank you for all being here today. As you know, my name is Franklin Starr, and I am the special prosecutor for the case in which we are all present here today. I am one out of only a handful of individuals who can be considered as being intimately familiar with the details and ongoings of this investigation from start to finish. I've seen every grueling photo, I've read every disturbing text and passage, and I've suffered through every scene that Defendant Fear is responsible for. I have explored the lives of every victim who has suffered at the hands of Fear and the loss the city has felt in their absence. From Amber Harper, who was delivering flowers for her new job at Bloom and Harvest, to Robert Scott, the proud American who was not afraid to show his patriotism. I feel that I have as much of a right to give my arguments in this hearing as anyone, and that my words should hold considerable weight. The state is seeking the death penalty for Fear. What they have advocated for, and what I have been hired by the state to pursue in regards to sentencing. So, speaking as a representative of the state, for the crimes which Fear Phosphophylite has committed, and for the devastating cruelty and horrific nature of the scenes in which she has butchered, staged, and decorated 7 of our great citizens, mutilated hundreds of animals, and viciously attacked Micah Rain, the district attorney Sadi Kai, and Daisy Drew, the state is asking for no less than the death penalty for Defendant Fear Phosphophylite. The state feels as though this is a fair sentence to give for an individual the likes of Fear in response to the brutal and merciless nature of the crimes that she committed. However, the following plea that I prepared to give to you today is my own and not a reflection of the state or their desires in regards to Defendant Fear Phosphophylite. It will not come from me as a representative of the state or as special prosecutor, but as a citizen of this city for now a year and a half and a human being. I understand that many, if not all, but a select few of individuals in this room are hoping that the DOJ grants Defendant Fear death. I am not going to sit here and tell all of you that these aren't valid feelings or that these feelings aren't cemented in truth and self-preservation. But I wholly believe that we are better than that. Better than fear, stronger than fear. I believe that killing in all forms is wrong. And although there may be times where this is a necessary evil which must be committed in order to save others, we need to ask ourselves if the killing of Fear is truly necessary and if it will prevent future harm to others. If the risk of keeping Fear alive outweighs our own moral fiber. Firstly, In regards to Fear's incarceration during the time of this investigation and post-guilty verdict for the killing of Paul Jones, to which Fear admitted, Fear has not been involved in a single violent accident in which she was not the victim. She has clearly shown herself as being able to cohabit among the general population of inmates and guards within Bolingbroke Penitentiary. Even when she knew the likelihood that she would be spending an extensive amount of time in prison was a guarantee. And while she may have had a fair share of unseemly twinstas while in the custody of the DOC, this does not speak to her ability to maintain this nonviolent lifestyle within the walls of the prison. I also believe that what many in here who aren't specialized in investigative work or psychological care will miss is that even a person such as Fear has something of value to offer. Fear can give us insights into other individuals,
Stealing my
which
thunder,
there will be,
frankly.
who may commit crimes of this nature in the future. Already, multiple copycat killers have arisen due to this case and this investigation, and Fear may be able to offer us, the investigators and psychological care workers, a window into how these people may think and act, possibly preventing these sorts of crimes from escalating out of anyone's control, as was the case with Fear. If we can save even one person's life with feedback from someone like Fear, I believe it will be fully worth it to allow her to live out the rest of her long life behind bars, considering her grotesque actions.
How many people do we have in the balcony?
What we should all understand is that a person who could commit these sorts of acts against humans and animals is clearly
it's like a number
deeply
rather than a
disturbed
lot.
and wholly unwell. Rather than killing this person in an extravagant fashion, like we are some sort of Hunger Games-esque society who takes pleasure and joy in the justified killing of our sick, we can show our citizens that we are willing to put the time and energy into understanding and treating these people. This is not just my opinion, but the opinion of Patrick January, who was the doctor leading the medical and psychological eval of Fear. That no one is beneath our care or our attention, and that we do not have to stoop to the same levels that they have through their illness and disturbed and twisted understanding of the world. Your Honor, while the state is advocating for death, I beseech you to grant Fear Phosphilide the possibility of life in prison with no possibility for parole, and to spare her life. To have her spend the rest of her life considering her actions, the suffering that she has caused, and the righteous opinions of our citizens, living out her punishment with no escape.
We have more
to show Fear what a just, kind, and understanding community looks like.
Below is okay.
To show her that there is a future which can be devoid of pain,
kind of overwhelming
of death,
force for this
and of fear.
Avoid any
Thank you for your
sort
time
of
and your due consideration.
potential
Praise be to Habitrash. Amen.
interferences.
All right. Does the state have anyone else that they explicitly wish to call to speak?
We would like to call Ashley Smith to speak.
Hello, just making sure the microphone's working properly.
Yeah, it works.
It is.
Right. Fear Phosphothiolate has ended many lives and irrevocably changed many others for the worse. She ended the lives of Stacey Recht, Julie Markovic, Kayotani, Amber Harper, Robert Scott, Lucy Calloway, and Paul Jones. She forever altered the lives of Daisy Drews, Saudi Kai, Micah Rain, and the dog Brutus Maximus, and by extension all those who know and love them. She brutally mutilated countless animals. She terrorized the city for over a month. Throughout this, even when confessing to the murder of Paul Jones, she showed no remorse and no capacity for remorse. She just deflected, tried to throw blame in any direction she could, tried to muddy the waters, and didn't care who she harmed in the process. After her verdict, there was still no shame, no remorse. She's shown only that she is at her core a sadist, someone who not only doesn't care about the pain and suffering of others, but derives pleasure from it. At the end of the verdict reading, she shouted to the open court, #ForTheAnimals. When I asked her not to antagonize, for her own safety, she stated that it's so funny. And that's fundamentally what all of this has been to a creature like Fear Phosphophylite who cares about nothing but herself. Funny. A selfish game for her own amusement. She played with the lives of others. She played with their bodies after their death, human and animal alike, mutilating them according to her twisted sense of beauty. And she played with their friends after their deaths, sending them texts from the phones of their deceased loved ones. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. This is not someone who will ever be redeemable. She did all of this for her own amusement, for her own twisted sense of art, derivative as it may be. Who's to say that she may not start to do it again as soon as she grows bored? Though she did ostensibly behave herself up to this point, that is when she could see a light at the end of the proverbial tunnel, when she believed she could shove all of this onto her imaginary brother. And even then, she was clearly trying to reach out to the others on the outside, to influence their actions, to possibly continue her work. She has proved over and over again that she can consistently gain access to electronic devices, to phones, to Twinsta, even potentially to disciples. Leaving her alive is inherently dangerous, as we have no way to effectively isolate her from the city and from others she may influence. As a result of Fear Phosphophylite's cruel and callous disregard for life, we should deny her the same thing she denied her victims. Fear herself said a death by the government would not be a beautiful death. It was not the death of her choosing, and we should deny her that last satisfaction of having a good death, a beautiful death, a death she would want. Instead, privately executed by the state with no civilian witnesses, simply, quietly, and without art. Thank you, Your Honor.
Does the state?
Are you
All right, there we
whispering
go.
over there, Your Honor?
No, the microphone was broken again. Does the state have anyone else they wish to call specifically?
Yes, we wish to call Wesley Pines to speak.
All right, Pines.
Foremost, is the microphone working for everybody? Because I have a problem on
Yes,
that.
Pines.
Okay. Your Honor, or all three of you, I've been investigating this case for almost nearly 3 months. And honestly, in my time as an LEO and also my time as a correctional officer back in the day, I've never seen such a cruel, sick, and twisted individual as I have seen in Ms. Phosphophylite. These murders were done not only with full malice and intent, but in a way that they deeply craves attention. Via, what you did is unexcusable. You not only killed 7 people, attempted to kill 3 others, but you killed numerous animals. You destroyed the lives of countless wildlife. And whether you are charged for it or found guilty of it or not, you still did that. You should be fucking ashamed of yourself. Franklin in his endeavor to ask for life without the possibility of parole, and that is the bare minimum that should be expected of an individual like Fia. But capital punishment does deserve to see the light of day here. She does deserve the death penalty because there is no sort of rehabilitation that could ever justify her actions. Diana, this case has taken so goddamn much out of me. Looking each and every day at these scenes, I was there from day one, from the death of Stacey Recht, from the animal mutilations that Fear herself called in days prior to that. To see so many traps that she gave me a direct laminated sheet of how to do it and then left them there in front of countless wolf dens. Wolf dens that we were given by the state of San Andreas was given by the EAA to help repopulate a dying species. That cannot be understated. And I understand where you're coming from in your verdict and where you say, oh, we didn't have enough to charge them. But I still stand by each and every report that was in that. I stand by everything that the veterinary department put together and animal control put together in this case. So many people came together to make sure that this woman hopefully gets the death penalty today. Appreciate your time. I appreciate everybody who's been here. I appreciate everybody, the countless officers, the work of Chief Detective Veronica Wilson, the work of Ashley Smith, the work of Alice Meyer. Those are really the ones who have had my back hit day in and day out through this case. I just ask that you give her, Fia, the punishment that is befitting of her actions. And I appreciate your time today.
Pull up Dr. Patrick January to speak.
Hello, and thank you for your time. I just want to give more insight into what I believe would be the best course of action. If the death penalty is not going to happen and it is a life in jail, I don't believe that fear should be put in with the general population. It should be held somewhere in a more secure facility that is out of the state but still within our jurisdiction, so if needed we could bring her back to offer insight, not to the killings but to the moments where she was ostensibly caught fucking up. Those moments, the panicked moments, can save a lot more people in the future if we can get insight into what those thought processes were. She should ever see the light of day again, but there is info to be gained from her. And that is all.
That's curious.
Anyone else the state wishes to call?
I believe that is it as far as the state is considered.
Do you want to go first, James, or me?
Then we move on to the defense. I'll ask this. Defense, do you want to go last, or do you want to call up all the people you wish to call specifically and then have the floor opened up for everyone? How do you want to do this?
Let me
so we-
confer real quick, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Sure.
I mean, I think
You wanna, I think, let everybody go through.
I want to be last. Yes.
you want to be there. Okay. So how
My
it's going to
client
do it?
wants to public speak first, and then we'll speak last.
So be it. Then we will open up the floor to the public. Please, anybody who wishes to speak either for or against fear falsifying or otherwise has an opinion on the sentence that the court here today should hand down, please form an orderly line, as is being
What's
demonstrated
that?
by the folks who are already forming a nice, neat, and orderly line that would make any DMV worker jealous.
Eddie Concord comes down and shares his opinion.
So you're all doing that. Let's go ahead and bring up. Is that you, Kiki?
Yes.
Let's bring up Kiki first.
Tammy, get in line. We've had a
Good
discussion
evening,
about
Your
this
Honors.
before.
It's me, Kiki Pendragon of the Veterinary Department. I happen to be the head of physical therapy, who is going to have her hands very full with what Fear did to Brutus, because not only did she damage his legs, she chopped one off. So now I have to figure out how to teach a dog to walk with 3 legs. Do that before. Hoped I never would. Personally, I only got involved in this around April 23rd. It's still over a month ago, though not nearly as long as the detectives who started experiencing this in February or March. However, what started as there is something so horrible at Go-Go's, I can't even type it, became my life for every waking hour of the day. There was a mutilated animal corpse at my business, at my home, at the home where I plan to build a life with my wife, where we park our cars, and at a safe space business. There were snare traps at my RV. There were phone calls made to me demanding I choose heart or head. I couldn't even take a break with my sister to just go on a casual drive and catch up without the dreaded wait, turn around, I just saw something, because it was everywhere. We couldn't even escape it because we would just stumble upon the corpses that she would just leave up in the trees in the woods. Like with human medicine, you go into animal medicine accepting that you will encounter death. I am no stranger to it. I have done more necropsies in my time as a veterinarian than I can count, both on domestic and wild animals. And as a veterinarian, my focus is on the animals. It is terrible that people died. There is no denying or discrediting that. Those people did not in any world or fashion deserve what they got. They did not deserve to die. They did not deserve for their bodies to be disrespected, desecrated, made into abominations and insults to art. Because say what you will, Fear, that is not art. That is not beautiful, transformative. That is monstrous. It is disgusting. And the thing with people is they can comprehend the horrors that befall upon them. They may not understand the why, but they understand the what until the moment of their death. Animals do not comprehend these things. They do not have the same critical thinking a human does, even if they have that little bit of extra spark. Dogs, all they want is to be your friend. Humans are everything to them. If you want to get nerdy with it, humans are to dogs what elves are to humans in fantasy, or a benevolent god who bestows love and blessings upon them in the form of food, shelter, companionship, and protection. A human will usually outlive a dog or a cat, but a dog or a cat will very rarely outlive a human. They just want to exist, to survive, and to be loved. The dogs that had their hearts ripped out, the cats that had their organs removed, the rabbits that were mutilated, the deers with their heads cut away, none of them understood why that was happening to them. None of them could have even seen it coming. Even Brutus, who is such a good boy, comes off as a grouch to those who don't know him, but he is a gentle boy who just wants friends and to be loved. I have in the past argued against the death penalty for people, including those who have attempted to take my own life. I have done so in an effort to argue that they should live with their actions and suffer the consequences, repent, redeem themselves, however you want to say it. But in my experience, those who are truly evil do not learn. They do not change. Those who are truly evil do not suffer. Those who are truly evil are just that. And Fear is evil. Not only is she blatantly evil, she's stupidly evil. It's so funny that Joy brought up that Fear kept renting cars, because it reminded me that's how I discovered Fear without any police intervention. She left a car with her rental papers in it at the Polito Park and Walk. That she left an animal carcass in the park and walk. That was what brought my attention to her and sent me down this whole rabbit hole of learning who she was, of learning of her being kidnapped and removed from things because the kidnappers are using her MDW access, of seeing her own picture being changed, of seeing other pictures being changed, of asking Sama what kind of access Morticians had, because it was all she had left. And Fear so very conveniently no longer being kidnapped shortly after that final access was removed, along with a violent scene of mutilation without any of its usual meticulousness, as if someone was angry while doing this one. Timing's crazy, right? I figured out who she was without any PD assistance. Me, a comparatively uninvolved civilian. I'm able to suss her out. She did a really bad job of looking innocent. This is not a case of her making her into a scapegoat, because she attempted to make other people into scapegoats. And similarly to her ability to juggle phones, she did a really bad job of that too. Convenient that your brother started popping up on burner phones after you went to prison, but you're also not very good at making up siblings either. Because I know that my brothers would go scorched earth and let the world burn to protect me if the situation called for it.
You're not
That is the
testifying
only
here.
thing Fear deserves. She does not deserve to live with her consequences. She will not attempt to redeem herself. Nearly 200 animals and at least 7 people died by her hand and influence. And the only reasoning she could give was, I don't know. I just like how they scream. The only way to end it is to end her. I say these things as someone who is intimately familiar with death to the point of death essentially being on speed dial in my phone. Death being a civil conversation, but also a reminder and an inevitability. To my moniker as an EMS back in the day being Lady Death. I am wearing white today in respect to death, because death rides on a pale horse, and I hope he uses that fucking horse to smash your skull in Fear.
I appreciate that one.
Paper. She needs to pay for what she did. She just needs to pay what she did.
All right, next up, I believe that's Sean Dean back there.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's see what you have to say, former mayor.
Can everybody hear me?
Oh.
Yeah.
Your Honors, ladies and gentlemen of the court today. My name is Sean Dean of the Vet Department as well. April 9th was the first day for me. I was running around Polito near my business pictures when I spotted a horrifying and gruesome scene. Little did I know that this would continue to happen for literal weeks to come. Every single day, either myself or my colleagues would get a call about a scene that somebody or PD themselves had stumbled upon. These included snares that had been placed in very meticulous places that either very small animals such as rabbits, cats, etc. would get caught in, to putting them in front of our endangered wildlife dens so that they would be killed. Unfortunately, the result is exactly that. Murder, mutilation, and animal cruelty to the likes I have never seen before in all my years of working with animals. This was quite literally only one side of the horrible and inhumane things that Fear has done. Human mutilation, murder was the opposite side. Sick fucking individual would take very parts of the mutilated animals and would incorporate them in their human mutilations as well, hiding it all behind what her delusional self thought was quote-unquote art. To the victims, I am so fucking sorry that a disgusting human has changed your lives forever. Your Honors, I want you to know that this also went on for weeks. This may not have been an everyday type of situation when it came to humans. However, PD and my colleagues had to deal with it nonetheless. I want to talk about situations that directly affected me. Start with Brutus's mutilation. Fear kidnapped Brutus under the guise that it was someone else that was not actually on scene, and in fact was all the way across the city by witness testimony. Took him somewhere, severed his back fucking leg tendons, and completely cut off his front leg, slashed his abdomen, and left him to bleed out. Fortunately, I was not there for the retrieval of Brutus, but ultimately ended up at La Fuente Blanca, where I was able to rush and get into surgery as fast as possible. I've seen the report when it comes to Brutus's injuries. They are not in any nature, and they are fucking vile and disgusting, and his life has changed forever. Another situation is one that landed on my doorstep directly. One day when I was sleeping, that there was a
Come on,
gruesome
guys.
scene
I
at
don't
my
want to be
business
here
in
for another
Toledo
3
Pictures.
fucking hours.
Animal hanging from one of my trees. Now, I'll be honest, I don't give a fuck if my business took hits with revenue because I couldn't have employees there or anything. What I care about is the fact that individuals had to come across potentially this scene and now may be scarred at a location where they're supposed to feel safe. Instead, now they will always associate the location with a terrible fucking memory and an animal that obviously did not deserve it. I will leave you all with this. Having this fucking sick individual still a part of our society in any capacity is going to be a constant reminder to the victims that are directly affected by her actions. They have to live with it every single day already, and for the rest of their lives, they will. When the conversation started about the death penalty when I was mayor, I believe I was very much against the death penalty, and I opted in for life in prison without parole or possibility, or literally sending them away. It could have been anything. And unfortunately today I am forced to change my decision. The state should absolutely sentence Fear to death. Speaking as a previous representative and a head of state, this type of individual should have no place in our society whatsoever. So Fear, I ask you directly, since you loved giving people 2 fucking options, lethal injection or bullets to your fucking head. You don't get to choose, honestly, as you never let anyone else did. The most fucking boring death ever. Burn in hell, you fucking cunt.
All right. Spicy words from our former mayor. Next up we have, is that Mercy Schilling?
It's Etta Hawthorne. Etta.
Not better.
Oh, that's Etta. Aha,
Yeah.
Etta. Sorry, you have the same glasses and the same hair color as Mercy. So from far
That's
away, you
okay.
kind of look similar.
Can you hear me okay? Yep. Your Honors, people of the court, my name is Dr. Etta Hawthorne, and I'm a veterinarian with the San Andreas Animal Care and Control Department. I am also the person that Fear called after Brutus was taken. Her tone speaking to me was calm, almost smug, like when you can hear them smiling. And during the conversation, she asked me to choose his head or his heart. I refused. I love this dog. I couldn't imagine contemplating the idea of life without him. And she laughed, and I could hear him cry out in pain as she severed the tendons in one of his legs for my refusal. I began to openly sob and beg her to stop. I even went so far as to offer myself in his stead. And she laughed at me again and said that she didn't want me because she had exactly what she wanted. And again she said, now choose, his head or his heart. And I still cried and pleaded and told her that I couldn't choose. I wouldn't choose. And I heard Brutus cry out again as she severed the tendons in his other leg. And I cried out, why are you doing this? Why do you do these things? And she paused. And she said, you know, I'm going to tell you something that I have not told anybody else. I don't know. I just like to hear them scream. And that was when more cries came from Brutus, even more intense and pained than they were before, as she hung up on me. I'm sorry. My colleagues have already recounted all of the mutilations. The police have gone over the human victims. This was my experience with her. And I recount it to you today to show you that she is a monster. A monster that this world will be better without. There is no rehabilitation for someone who shows no remorse, for someone who literally enjoys causing so much pain. There's no redeeming this level of evil. And
Yeah.
so I urge the court
Or
to
I am,
sentence Fear to
guys.
death. Some may say that she would suffer more rotting away in prison, but I disagree. Because life is a precious gift. Growing old is a privilege denied to so many. A gift and privilege that she herself has denied too many people. This monster isn't worthy of that gift or that privilege. Thank you for your time.
You had her?
All right, I see we have Percy Weaver up next.
Hello. Most, if not all of you know me. I'm Percy. Some of you will maybe only know me from my impassioned speech against the death penalty for Billy Sprinkle, in which I pled for considerations of compassion, and I implored the bench for a sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. Now I can feel a general intake of breath from the rest of the room as I say that. But I want to get into a few things on that. Billy Sprinkle showed understanding of an understanding of regret, of they showed some human capacity to comprehend the horror of their actions, some remorse. They've had none of that. Fear has done no such thing.
Okay, one more
And the point in time where they could have shown any of this has passed. Brutality of another human being, another adult human being, is horrible. And brutality of animals. Now, this is the incredibly uncomfortable imbalance of power in the brutality. They don't know what's happening. They don't know why. And to be fair to those animals, Chad and everyone in the audience, can you guys quieten down for me, please? Trying to think. Thanks.
Yeah, we're whispering. Sorry.
To be fair to those animals, I don't know why they did this sick shit either. Fear did this as art, apparently. They wanted people to pay attention to them.
Cofield.
And I bet they're getting off on the idea of
Did I
this.
do something wrong?
We're all here talking about them. And this is what they want, really. They want attention. My argument today against the death penalty is simply because I think a more just punishment is them being shoved in the shoe in Bolingbrook. In solitary. For the rest of their life. Sure, I guess we feed them regularly. But with no interaction. No attention. They'll just wither away and be forgotten. And while for a lot of us, gin is probably going to be required, gin, whiskey, your drink of choice is going to be required to get rid of some of the memories of what we heard, you can be sure of this, Fear. We will all forget you soon enough.
No.
All right. Out of due to reasons I don't know who you are, but please come forward. Please introduce yourself.
There, I'm on the Cofield. I say
Make sure,
something.
make sure you're using the microphone.
Sorry. I want to say that my husband was killed by a serial killer, and all the awful things I heard about the precious animals and other people. I want to say to this lady that why should we pay for you to eat? People like her are a dime a dozen, and all she'll be doing is taking up room for a
Excuse
person
me?
that could truly be rehabilitated. So I don't have a lot of positive things to say, but I know I'm pretty new to the city, but I don't see why we should support her in Bolingbrook. Thank you.
Introduce yourself, because we have no idea.
I'm Thea Everhart Stillwater Long. Your Honors, people of the court, I don't have an experience as close with this situation as the other vets, but I have had to see multiple veterinary reports of the animals Fear has mutilated and murdered. This monster ended the life of multiple people and animals. She has left people with upturned lives, trauma, grief, and so much hurt that is going to be carried with them for the rest of their lives. A monster having done actions like this does not deserve the chance to carry on with her own life after what she did. The state has seen multiple instances of people escaping the prison, and Fear should not be allowed the chance to escape and do this again. I'm pleading with your honors to give Fear the death penalty for her actions. Thank you for your time.
All right, come on up here, Tammy.
Tammy Maynard, the death penalty feels like the best option and feels like the only option in this case. I typically agree with someone like Percy or Franklin that giving someone retribution is a good cause. Fear has unfortunately has already shown that they are willing to abuse the tools within their reach to fulfill their acts of grand torture. They have shown that continued strain on the victims that have been affected, as they continue to pollute this world with every breath they take. As we've seen, leading to this day, waiting for this sentencing, they continued their sick game, knowing they added strife to anyone remotely involved, seeking attention through Twinsta and
Please don't start adding
validation
to the
of their
fucking
art.
queue now.
The death penalty, the only option, and should be the best option. Thank you for
Right,
your time.
people, I want to sleep at some point.
the bailiff doing one now?
That's Chad Hauser.
Chad.
Hey. Chad Hauser, Sergeant with the DOC here. More or less giving a bit of a reminder. Unfortunately, if with the suggestions that fear be isolated to solitary, that is not something we are we're able to accommodate. Basically, inmates need food, and well, in solitary, they can't get food. So, inmates are going to be able to be within general population. If they are given a life sentence, they are going to be in Gen Pop. That is how it is, and this is how that works. So, if you deem them to be a life-term inmate, then they will be very much available to Gen Pop, because, well, there's no better way to get them food. So, yeah, if you have any other questions about their stay in Bolingbrook, and just let me know. Thank you,
Chad.
Thank you, Chad. I do have a question. Not about that, but about are you okay, Chad?
Yeah, I'm great.
You sure about that?
No, I'm not, but I'm hanging in there.
Where's
Do you
Chelsea?
need-
Where's Chelsea?
Okay. Do you need to take a nap? I mean, there's plenty of officers here.
No. I'm okay. I'm okay.
Leave the last
Come here,
DOC
buddy.
alone, goddammit.
I'm good. I'm good.
Come on.
As long as you're telling me you're good, that's fine.
Start rowing them like Jurassic Park.
I'm a little worried about you, Chad.
No, I'm good. I'm putting the microphone down.
Fine. You'll be
All
fine.
right.
Thank you,
I'm
Chad.
going
Tell
with
Chelsea I missed
Percy.
Can we like
I
cut
guess
this
I'm
the
going
fuck
with
off?
Percy.
Because we've been here for fucking
Take your mask off.
3 hours now.
Apache.
Or 4 hours now.
Hire more DOC.
I'd be fucking drunk if I was the only DOC.
All right, is that Mac?
like
Is
a
that Mac
line here?
McCann up next?
The Mac just cut.
Sure. What am I
You
here
just
for?
cutting line for everyone.
Yeah, did they?
Oh, is there a
You
line?
can-
Oh
you
shit,
can
my
go,
bad,
No,
dog.
you can go in friends. Okay.
What am I in line for?
Saying why this bitch should die.
Oh, okay. I don't know what's going on. I just showed up. What's going on,
Just here.
gang?
Do you actually have an opinion or any kind of input on the
I
sentencing
think if
for
you
fear
murder
hostile violence?
animals, I think if you murder animals, you should be buried underneath a prison.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Mac.
Thank you, Mac.
Mr. McCann.
Okay. Next up, we have. Yeah, that's fine.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello. So. Yeah, she should probably get the death penalty. I don't think it's fair to put her existence on Chad Hauser, the only remaining DOC, having to put up with her for the rest of their lives. Be her babysitter so that she don't murder any other inmates and or birds who happen to land in the prison or rats in the kitchen or whatever. 'Cause she probably would. But given that she likes attention, she's, hanging her from a cargo bob and everyone shoot at her like a piñata because everyone wants a little piece would be fun. That would make it into more of a spectacle, and I realize that she wants to put on the performance because at the end then she's gonna be the art and she's gonna be like, yay, I did it, I'm the art now. So I think we should do this like maybe Japanese style and like not
Christ.
say when her execution is, and then she'll be just like waiting to die and be like, suffering and waiting and realizing that, like, it's actually going to happen, because I don't think maybe she have like entirely realized that the dying is going to happen yet until like it's there. We can do like a couple bait and switches when she like gets onto the stabby chair and then is like, oops, we ran out, never mind, and like put the fear of death in her a couple times. Because otherwise she will probably like it. To say, like, likes dying, but I don't want her to be like, oh, if we play into her like whatever final art piece or whatever, then like I think we kind of lost, and I don't want to take an L to animal murder. Yeah.
Thank you, Father.
Yeah, kill this bitch. Okay, bye.
Thank you,
Okay.
Fawn.
All right, next up.
Was that gonna? Right.
I think it's Bree. Is that Bree?
It's me, Bray McNabb. Here's the deal. I mainly want to get on the court record that she's a hack and a copycat, and it took the judges deciphering what kind of art she was actually doing for any of us to know that this was art. I'm sure a lot of us through the courtroom today have done horrible things. I have, that's for sure, but majority of the, I'm only saying majority because fear's here, courtroom is above hurting animals or murdering animals or torturing animals. And, in the same vein of let's not make this a spectacle because she's gonna like that shit, maybe we just put her in a metal box with holes, weld it up, and drop her in the ocean. We all forget about her, move on about our lives. Thanks.
Thank you, Bree.
Thank you, Bree.
Is there anybody else that is in line that wants to be in line but is not?
Any statements from the public before we hand it over to defense to call their chosen speakers?
Done.
Anyone going once? Anyone going twice? Right, I will now close the floor for public comment and hand things over to the defense. Defense. Who will be speaking?
Yeah, I'm gonna say something as well. Do you want to go first?
You
Or?
go first, Ophelia. Me and my co-counselor are just gonna speak on behalf of our client, and then Fear themselves has asked to speak on their behalf.
Okay. Do you have anyone to call aside from yourselves and your client?
We do not, Your Honor.
No, we do not.
Okay.
Okay.
Your floor.
So, I'm going to start with my job is as an attorney. And we're at the point where my job as an attorney is over here. When I'm doing my job, my feelings have no bearing, have nothing to do with what I say or do in this courtroom. So I'm going to take a moment to actually bear some of my feelings, while still bearing in mind the oath and the agreement that I take as part of the judiciary doing my job. When I first got involved in this, when I was brought into those first interrogations, I realized that this was going to be a significant magnitude of a situation. As I went through more and more of what we saw, more and more of the documentation that myself, the other counsels, the justices, and the detectives have been through, I was reminded of many of the things that I had to deal with when I was part of the Judge Advocate General Lawyers Corps. And that's brought me to question my stance on some of this. Despite the war crimes I've seen in the past, the horrificness and the mutilations I've seen in the past conducted by many, many different people, I've always still felt capital punishment, I don't agree with it. the opening to this whole court, I stated that if we're not careful, we do descend to the level of the people that commit these crimes. And that wasn't just me as an attorney doing my job. That's my own personal feelings. And my heart goes out to everyone that's been involved in this. Everybody that's had to witness everything that's happened, everything that's been done. In particular, I also want to reach out and say to Alex Rigby and Ash, I hope that you can both move on from this, and that anybody that in this courtroom or outside of this courtroom who has even also directed any animosity to them for their possible involvement that was within this case, which I think I'm safe to say we all agree they're innocent victims as well. Now, this is a part where my client may not like what I'm about to say.
What?
Part of me has considered that the death penalty for fear might be a mercy. But I still believe in my convictions that I've held through the many years of being an attorney, and as is spoken by my opposing counsel, and even one of the justices today. Killing fear only brings us closer to the crimes that she has now been found guilty of.
What's bitch doing?
As my own personal beliefs, I think the death penalty is wrong. I'm not going to put words in the mouth of the defendant. I'm going to allow her to speak on her own behalf.
It's supposed to be my advocate. You're supposed to let me do
But at this point, I'm going to stand aside from the stage. I've done my duty as an attorney. I've given my piece as a person. And I consider my job here done.
Thank you, Counselor Thorne.
Did I find the mic? Can you hear me?
We got you.
So I didn't plan on coming up here and saying anything.
Make sure you're
here.
using that mic, Bird.
I just asked if I was using the mic. Am I using the mic or
You're
am I not?
very quiet.
We can hear you, but you do seem to be lower than.
You're not
than
using the
normal.
mic, then you're talking low. Make sure you're
Yep.
yelling and then switch the microphone on.
Okay.
Is that any better?
What I want you to do after James has been up there, you go out and you do your
Not
thing.
much of a difference, yeah.
All right. Well, I didn't
Okay.
really come up. I didn't plan on coming up here to say anything at this point. And I do kind of essentially just sort of parrot the sentiments of my co-counsel here, where I leave my personal feelings on some sort of back burner, because in this job, unless they serve to help me win my case, I feel like they just get in the way of me doing my job. And this job isn't a typical 9-to-5 that you clock into. It's one of a few where you take an oath to do your job and act as a zealous advocate for the people you represent, despite anything and everything that all of us in this career field just believe the deepest in. And that's the rule of law, everything it entails, the balance that it brings, the final answers it gives us, and the truth that it proves when otherwise we as a community may never agree and be able to find it. With all that being said, this case has affected me. Not just in the heavy workload that has become my life for weeks in preparation for this, but I've thought a lot more about people and community, the purpose of society, life, death, my client, myself. And I can't see much of anything anymore as a consequence of my own awful choices and mistakes that I've made in life, but I do still hear, and I've heard everyone in here, and I'm going to remember everything that every person has said in here forever, the good and the bad. And I feel that all of us have awful things we've done in life. And I can't see who's standing in this room, but I know by the number alone, the odds are in favor that some of us have done reprehensible things that we never want to talk openly about because we reflect on it internally every day. And I feel that self-reflection is a big thing that drew so many of us to this case, because we're all human, we're all flawed, we're all broken. We have all done awful things that we look at people like Fear, and in a way, we sort of appreciate them for the sole purpose of pointing at them to say, you know, them. No matter how gross I feel about me, I'm not them. And if I never do as bad as that, I can live with myself. And this case is more about ourselves to some than maybe what actually happened, from what I've heard from people today and people leading up to today. And I don't mean to say that the people who lost their lives in this case were glossed over, but I noticed they were mentioned less than the animals were in this case. And I've been pondering the reasons for that. And I don't know the answer for sure, but I think it has to do with that same thing that I was just explaining, where we all have done reprehensible things and deeply loathe ourselves as humans because we all have the capacity to do dark, terrible things. But animals, they are simply what they are. And often an animal, a pet, is just blindly loyal to us, despite how ugly we feel we are. And they don't deserve atrocities that happen to them. They definitely deserve them significantly less than we do as people. But with all of this dark, awful shit to point out, and how human and broken people truly are, I feel like we can all make amends. And if we are human, we naturally would want to. All the other bullshit that comes with life makes it harder for us to see that sometimes. Or we just avoid trying because it's hard. And I'm not up here advocating for my client, but I am trying to plead with her to find that part in her. And if you get life in prison, please spend your days trying to make right what you can. You may never get credit. It may never be seen. It may never matter to anyone in this room. But it does matter. The good that we can put into the world fucking matters. And you have a lot of good you may not even have the time to make up for fully, even with the rest of your life in prison, but it still matters. And I've spent a lot of time with you these last few weeks, and I might just be simple, fooled, blind man, but I still see things, and I know that you're truly not just a monster. I know you're just broken, but broken can be fixed. And your honors, I plead with you to give her that chance, to give all of us that chance. Don't put Fear to sleep. Despite what my client may come up here and say for herself or feel about herself, I don't know, but don't do this. Because if we end anyone's life, we'll never know. And any one person can do a million awful things and one good thing in their life. It won't balance the scales or maybe matter to all of us, like, in our community, but it might matter to one person in one moment. And life is just moments that anyone can affect any person and can stretch further than would maybe ever guess. That's just all I have to say to Fear. I guess on behalf of Fear. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Byrd.
All right.
Okay, when we get
Who
her so
else
she can
will
get up to the
speak
bench.
on behalf of the defendant?
Can we get her escorted up so she can speak?
Need to go up.
It's up. Yeah, you're the last one.
Mr. Hauser, wake up.
I'm going to have to uncuff me so I can touch the mic.
I got it. Attach that to the podium here.
Am I able to be heard? Hear me?
We can hear you, Fear.
Yep.
You're breathing a lot of air into the mic. Like a lot.
Fortunately, that's just Fear.
My best.
Make sure to keep your mouth nice and wide open before you speak, Fear.
Thank you for all coming out today, making time in your
Turn the
busy
mic
days
off.
to
Got
see
to turn it
me.
back on.
Is that any better, or am I still having issues?
Much quieter.
Now?
Yep.
Oop, there we go.
That'll work.
Okay. I want to thank everyone for coming out to see me. But first, I want it to be known, regardless if any of you believe me or not, I never kidnapped Brutus. He came and found me willingly and happily, and we went on a simple walk. A walk that Bree and her little gang interrupted, but then knowingly let me go with the dog, even as going as far to say she knows she's going to regret it. She did. That dog, that creature, like many animals do, seemed to naturally love me. Never trust an animal's judgment. And then I want to refer to Ashley Smith. You were wrong about one thing. My brother was quite real. Joy was right. My brother is dead. I practiced on him and my cousin years ago. I had to work up from the small creatures like the kitten to a more proper canvas. And, as you would all claim, I murdered my mother as well. I disagree. Murdering people is not my forte, but I gave her use and value after it had otherwise run out. And of course, more
Yeah, go out
recently,
with
I
a
did work
fucking
on
bang.
my little sister and that newborn clay yet to be molded. All just a litany of supposed crimes. I say a library of art. And some of you are going to wonder why I did it. Well, let me repeat. I did it hashtag for the animals.
That it? That's all you got?
Yes.
Turn off the mic, step down. Thanks.
Had the hashtag.
Anyone else?
Put you back in soft
Defense wishes to call to speak.
Yeah, she's done talking.
No, Your Honor.
We're good, Your Honor.
All right. I do see Miss Notice standing in the aisle. Are you intending to give a statement or?
Okay.
Okay, that's a no.
Yeah, I think that.
All right, then I believe we are done hearing everyone who wants to speak. So the panel will now go back and deliberate on an appropriate sentencing for Miss Phosphophylite. The court will be placed in recess. God, there are so many people to pick. I don't know. Show of hands. Who wants to be in charge of the courtroom while we're away?
Sean Dean.
And we take her downstairs during this recess.
Yep, A firm.
Okay, we got Sean. We got Fusar. We got Sean and Fusar.
I'm not
You know
trying
what?
to tell you to do
Both
your
of you
job.
can be in charge of my courtroom. Also, you know what? Fuck it.
Norman the crime mayor?
There's three people here. All right. All right, we're gonna pick Mac McCann, we're gonna pick Sean Dean, and we're gonna pick Aaron Fusar. You three are in charge of my courtroom. You're the panel while the panel is away.
Sure, you're all standing in front of
Prime
the
judge.
the thing.
Woo.
Excuse me. Excuse me. The mayor's coming through. Excuse me.
Going up there.
Can you talk about my understanding of
Did he say
the way
Mac?
Yes. Of animals, how they get here.
Mac is one of the 3 panel members.
Huh.
The endangered animal laws in this city for 15
Yeah,
minutes.
it was.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
I've
You know,
I
maybe
say.
we should have lied to her and told her she can't speak on her behalf.
No.
Oh, I
I'm gonna
wanna
be
talk
honest.
about,
I think she's got what she wanted.
why
We did
the
what we had to
endangered
do as an
animals are
attorney.
endangered
We got
species
her
and also how they get
the
here.
outcome she wanted. And as much as both of us.
Did you guys want to go
perhaps
down there with
agree-
her? Or are you okay?
I can't guarantee anybody will be, you know. But maybe
Yeah.
an ASMR thing kind of thing.
Yeah, sure, I
I
couldn't
can
hear
use
you.
my ASMR voice.
Yeah, there you go. You
Yeah.
got it.
no,
Yeah.
I need air actually. I'm gonna go find the outdoors.
Yeah.
Oh,
I didn't even understand that I'm imagining
Yeah,
it,
we're-
I'm not actually in the city. So yeah.
Hey, are you okay?
Oh.
Oh.
Shall I
talked about
You want
the
to step out
endangered
and have a chat with me
animals.
in
I felt a little
in bed?
offended. Actually, does people actually want me to talk about endangered animals
Okay,
for
come on,
15
hun.
minutes, or is that just Ren?
Just pick your favorite and talk about that one.
I was just gonna talk about why they're endangered.
Okay, hun. I said I didn't have your phone number, and I don't know where you put that statement at the end. But genuinely, I hope that you are able to, you know, continue to move on from this and find a positivity. I can say from both myself and James, we're very thankful that you went up on the stand, and that we genuinely hope that's going to help stop people from dragging you into any of this, continuing to bring any more to you from any of it.
Tell me a few times.
And I say, I just wish you the best from here on.
He's a OG man.
Yeah, I'm an OG.
He'll hold it down, you know.
My club has hurt a lot of people.
Anytime.
Killed billions. Yeah, he's killed billions of people. All of them cops. Notice the police force only have
You look at the record.
Nope.
Yeah.
Howdy.
Believe that.
Hear your heels, Ophelia.
Yeah. Yeah, this one sucks.
Yep.
Yep. But it's done.
We're done.
I don't think any of us have anything to ever say on it again.
Nope, I hope not. But I remember that first one when I was brought in for Ash's interrogation. And I was like, well, shit, you know?
Interrogations are not fun.
Yeah. I didn't even know what it was about, and then they started talking to her, and I'm like, fuck. I know what this is.
Yeah, when it can be kind of overwhelming. But no, like when you go in there, and you'll have more in the future, you own that room for as long as you need with your client. You got control of it. You go in and take the time speaking to them.
Yeah.
As much as you need, you can go and speak to the officers as much as you need to get what you need, and then let them start recording. They'll try to not, let that happen, because that's their job as much
Yeah.
as our job is our job. But, a hell
Oh,
of
yeah.
a big fucking case for you to strap on your back early. I
Yeah.
appreciate your help with it.
That's fine. I mean, been here before. Normally more time to deal with it, but hey,
Sometimes it's tough, though.
hell, maybe this makes Franklin feel better about advocating for me to get the bar toothed.
Well, it's the least I could do.
Hey. Yeah, well, we're here. Fingers crossed. We don't have to be in one like this anytime soon.
Probably go disappear on a drug bender again for a couple of months. Who knows?
Is it wrong of me to
Took
say
a
that?
lot out, man.
Is it wrong of me to say that I hope whoever this copycat is either just pisses off or somehow falls down a ravine?
True. Well, I don't want anyone to die.
No.
But if that's one that saves with innocent people, I don't know. I can't think about justification for that shit.
No, not right now.
Brain break.
Yeah, well, I'm certainly gonna go and get pissed and sit in the RV.
Can't find any of my cars.
Not even my RV technically, but Well, I guess. Well, I guess it kind of became mine when Lucy left the state, so.
Inheriting people's shit. It's tight.
Don't get me wrong. I'd rather I still had Lucy here, but. And that whole community's gone now. I mean, what little left of it has gone since Sally.
Time. Fucking hell. 4 hours.
Yeah. Oh, and I've spoken to both Alex and Ash.
Yeah.
Passed on our feelings of that. We hope that they're able to find something and move on beyond all this shit. And that in fact, that by hopefully us putting them on the stand, it's gotten all of these motherfuckers out here that were targeting them for possibly involved to fucking stop.
The right outcome happened.
Yep.
Alright? Everything Joy hit on was absolutely correct.
Oh,
Apparently
absolutely.
Put everything in that, like, you can't really be upset with that. They're
No.
scapegoats, they're red herrings.
No, I say I wish them both the best.
I hope that they don't.
I don't think either of them are upset with how this has gone. If anything, yeah, if anything, I think it allowed them to get at least their voice out in the forum.
Please, Alex. That is a... But, shit, man. People will move on. Stephen Alexander wasn't that long ago.
Yeah.
It's just sort of a thing that gets mentioned. I'm gonna go take a shit.
Fair enough.
That looming presence I feel behind me.
How's it going?
Hey, Delaney.
Hey, how you feeling?
Great.
Not great?
Not great.
About it?
Hmm?
Do you want to talk about it?
I don't think now's the time.
You want to talk about it after?
Maybe. I might take you up on that. I might need a little.
Little I've been where you've been support. A little more intense than I've ever dealt with, but I've done some intense ones.
Maybe.
Hey, I can tell you the way I coped with it in the Air Force. Drink.
I'm sober now.
Fair enough. Then good friends at least.
Got those in spades, thankfully.
Yeah, well, at least you got that. I'm gonna be going to an empty RV and drinking until I pass out tonight.
Well, hit me up when you sober up. Good talk.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
sure that we're all trauma bonded by now.
Yeah. It's why I hope nobody that hasn't already doesn't read through any more of that shit. Hell, that's partly why I took this on, right? Because I saw half that shit in that final interrogation. I'm like, some fucker's got to do this, and I'm already in it, you know?
Fair. Being a defense attorney for something like this has got to be fucking awful. Respectfully.
It is. But as I said up there at the end, and I think Franklin can agree, and all the rest of them can agree, when we're at that bench, our feelings mean nothing. We just turn them the fuck off.
To a degree.
To a
Right.
good degree, yeah. Well, I guess feelings, not so much opinions, yes.
Maybe the feelings, you turn those off, but you gotta keep some empathy. You gotta keep some
Yep.
humanity.
You're being
Otherwise,
torn in half.
what are we?
You know what's right and you know what's wrong, but you still gotta do the job.
If you didn't, how would you argue, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Proud of you, Franklin.
I appreciate you, Delaney. That makes one of us.
I think no matter what happens tonight, that you took on something insane state office that none of us wanted to do. We all appreciate you so much for that. I think you've done better than I could have ever done.
People used to tell me, like, you've heard that phrase, practice makes perfect. It's not about who you are, it's not about what you can do, it's about how much time and effort you put into the practice. Fucking idiot. If anybody had spent half the time that I've spent doing this, they would be far better than me by now.
But again, effort. I'm working on my practice for years now, and I still don't think I'm as good as you are.
help from a lot of really wonderful people.
I don't have that help anymore. I'm on my own now. That's why I've lost my touch.
If you ever need help with a case, as long as I'm not on it, just reach out to me.
Get that?
I ain't selfish. I'm happy to give you all my tricks and tips.
I need to know your tricks and tips on how you do a closing statement with just bulletin points, because I don't know if you remember, but I can't do that shit.
Got a few tips for you.
Thank you. I'd appreciate that.
Just gonna head back in. Well, hopefully, I look forward to going against you in the future, Franklin. Just hopefully not in something like this.
Ditto.
I should have fucking bed.
The worst way possible, so. Even if we are. It's just, I can't not suspected anymore. It's still out there.
What I would do.
Hey, Alex.
Hey.
How are you feeling?
I was just thinking about some things.
Here's what I wouldn't do anything
Okay.
glorious or extravagant.
Well,
or anything, because it seems like
You can always reach out to me. I'll always be happy to listen.
do like a quick and easy
Yeah.
execution style Mozambique.
I can tell you from my experience, it probably will never be the same.
You know, to
But I do wish both of you find, if not the same happiness, a new happiness. I'm just glad that we at
The
least.
only reason people knew it wasn't me is because people that about it know me.
Yeah, I get that. And it's what I'm hoping that we did get you on that stand. And it wasn't for us to say that you guys did it. If anything, part of me hoped that allowing you to have your voice will stop the people with the shit accusations.
It was
Yeah.
to lob the softest ball of doubt up there. That's why we didn't want to like dig deep on any questions and actually make anything look incriminating. It was the base of doubt, and then to just kind of show negligence on PD's part.
Like the way you
Which,
kill someone you don't care about.
oddly, they didn't really articulate that in the final verdict statement, understanding that that was a contributing factor to our argument. But they did mention it, like, yo, there are reports that they didn't go re-DNA the reports. We just had to have Fear give a statement downstairs for the thing that happened in the jailhouse because that report went missing. They said there's no further things that happened. There's tons of like it was just showing like this is a kerfuffle, negligence. This wasn't trying to throw anyone under the bus. Like I deliberately worked away from that direction. But
Yeah.
I did sprinkle some things in. That's why I said to you guys, like, you don't have to do it. You can decide if you want to or not, and I'm gonna send you the questions I'm gonna ask you before I ask them. Right?
out for going, past the door.
But you know, people have a lot of feelings about this case, and like I said, it's easy to kind of point a finger in a direction at somebody and be like, this. No matter what I do or feel about myself, this person did that, and I disagree with that. And at least
Well, I guess they were right this time because they literally confessed to it.
Mercy was really scared to come across.
I really wanted to
say hello.
speak. We
Yeah.
were
Yeah.
against it, but it is what it is. Fear wants.
If I can come through the doors, I think.
To be honest, I do not expect it to
Hey,
be that
I'm
long.
running this.
I totally expect Fear to get the
Okay.
death
Did
penalty.
hear Joy put me
We
in
looked
charge,
over
I
that
could wear my
Stephen
damn
out. Well,
So you're
Everyone
Gil
knows
looked
consenting that
over
I
the
can
Stephen
identify
Alexander
you
case for the
with your
last
mask for the purposes
execution,
of this courtroom.
and he only had one.
Oh yeah,
murder.
I'm Mac McCann, 100%.
Alright, that's fine then.
A lot of major
Yeah.
mayhems, but like we got
Yeah.
you know, Fear's got some minor mayhems in there too, and all the major mayhem is 3 minors.
Honestly, it's easier to ID me with the mask than it is without.
7 murders, dog. If they don't execute Fear, I don't. That
Yeah.
straight out the window.
Yeah, yeah. As much as I disagree with capital punishment, I'm certain that's where this is going.
I didn't realize I disagreed with capital punishment
Just had,
until we
like, a
got to the end of everything. Honestly,
I just had like a military trial, just like behind.
There's a cynical part of me too, and this is the bit that's actually hurting me the most at the moment. Is I stand by that. I don't like capital punishment. I don't agree with it, but I know that that's what she wants.
I gave my last statement.
And by me going up and doing that, I got that outburst out of her, which is just making her look that much worse and achieving what my client wants.
Yeah, that shit gave me the shivers a little bit.
It
I'm not gonna lie.
some of what she said to us, I'm never gonna forget. Ever.
Oh god.
Does client confidentiality matter if the person's dead?
Yes, technically.
The business council.
I mean,
Yes but no.
I think it comes that when it gets to that point where like in after death, like technically you are still tied to it, but there have definitely been attorneys that have written tell-all books about their clients after their death. When
Yeah.
there's really no consequence
And then
or
a
anyone to
bird
go
stole,
after
like,
you for
Ty's
breaking that privilege. Motherfuckers are gonna say what they want. I personally don't ever talk about anything about my clients afterwards because
So we don't even
even
want
if
that
you
much
do that,
money,
the
just wanna
state
throw
could
her down
decide to pull your bar.
Yeah, I'm honestly just wanting to move on from this.
Yeah, it's out of my head, out of my mouth. It's out there.
Yeah.
You got maybe 15 minutes left to see, and then there'll be a scheduled date for. Well, I mean, maybe she either gets incarcerated right here, or she, future scheduled date for execution. I'm kind of. leaning
Yeah, I'm
towards that
just-
she's gonna be executed for 7 murders.
Yeah, I mean, it's as I said on there.
In the city.
As I said on the stand, my job is done. This is it for me. Hopefully, the next time I'm in here, it's a stupid bench trial because some police officers told some fuckers to leave a public area or some shit, you know?
But do you trust me?
Something mild. A shit show will be pretty
Exactly.
good.
Exactly.
I mean, we have spent nearly the same time as we did in court on this verdict.
I would hope.
Yep.
We are an hour, maybe an hour and a half off from all this.
Mm-hmm.
So in the past week, we're gonna be spending like 12 hours in this fucking courtroom.
And it could have been so much worse.
Yeah.
To be honest. Shout out to Joy. The Yappeting Part 2 was only 2 hours. The first one was like 4 to 6.
I was ranting a lot about North Carolina.
Yeah, he really
Yeah.
fucking passionate about North Carolina. Like crazy amounts.
Might have to visit there one day because I've never been. I've been South Carolina, but I ain't been to the North, and I ain't that passionate about the South.
Now, if Petey Pablo didn't write a song about it, I don't give a fuck. I think I'm gonna go talk to Fear for 5 minutes and then get
Yeah.
up.
Yeah. You too. Again,
you guys.
best of luck. And my phone is always available to you.
You.
Carolina until today. Same.
That's right, James.
Carolina.
You wanna go downstairs?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's get that part over with.
Yeah, let's get this last bit done. Again, Veronica, I hope I don't have to come face to face to you like this anytime in the future.
Go be a prostitute.
I hope it's a long time before another case like this.
Or at least not in this way, yeah.
Thing you're willing to do.
Long ago was Steven Tyler.
Be corrected and
Alexander.
rehabilitated.
Alexander.
Is that
Yeah,
even
I just
something you're
that was
willing to
the Aerosmith lead singer. Oh my god.
I have much of a say in that anymore.
You do. At a base level, do you want to be rehabilitated?
I don't think there's anything wrong with me. Just all of you.
Well.
Do you guys want to speak with her?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. It's all you
Appreciate it.
guys. I'll just be sitting in the corner.
Yeah, appreciate you, officer. Hey, officer, you might want to check this jail cell door.
I told you he was drunk.
You might want to check the door.
Yeah, dog.
Oh, I'm escaping.
My God.
Is he gonna talk about that? All right. Okay.
Yeah. All good.
He's very intoxicated right now.
So look what you've done to the people,
don't
Fear.
swear.
Given them experiences they will never forget.
And you hashtag the end of your speech.
That one was just for the funsies.
Yeah, you definitely sounded like you enjoyed it. Look, it was one of the rare times I've ever actually gone and earnestly spoke about how I felt about something up there. I hope you're not upset about it because I know what you want. But I didn't realize, honestly, how I felt about capital punishment to that moment. But
You want to know how I feel about you going up there and advocating me for getting life in prison?
What?
If I ever get my hands on you, I will make a fucking spectacle of you.
All right, well, I wish you the best, Fear.
Yep.
I'm gonna go upstairs. Have fun, Ophelia.
Goodbye.
Sir, can you let me out?
It's a water cooler.
Yeah, can you let me out?
Yeah, I got you.
Appreciate it.
Hmm?
I do have to thank you, though. I think all of this is making a stronger case for killing me than you going up there and advocating against me ever would have.
I'm going to be honest. What I said up there, I meant all of it. But also, there is a cynic in me. I know that what I did up there is going to get you what you want. All I can say is I hope that you don't suffer.
Thank you.
I don't really have much else to say, you know? I put everything up there. I've done my job for you. And that's all I can do. That is rough.
Judges are coming out.
The panel is here. All right, thank you everyone for coming. I'll give everyone a brief moment to filter back into the courtroom, as I imagine some people have gone out to try and get food and other things like that. We'll give it like another couple minutes or so before we launch into the final sentence. Sharp is going to start us off.
Yeah.
Then Talia is going to add her piece, and then I'll round out everything at the end.
You okay?
She's spooky as fuck.
Yeah.
Definitely fucking flying to Guam and going on a drug bender.
Fair enough. I'm going to my girlfriend's RV. That's the only thing I've got left. I'm drinking till I pass out tonight.
Drugs?
Don't have any.
I'll give you some.
Wait, what?
This motherfucking table right here.
Ophelia was
Is
in
our
a
defense gonna
polyam
make their return?
was in a polyamorous relationship with a woman called Lucy Roast, who has unfortunately left the server. So Ophelia is alone. Yeah, she was in a polyamorous relationship with a couple of people. Unfortunately, they've all left for their own reasons. Yeah.
Stand by the table.
And here we go. This is gonna be death penalty.
Alright.
We know it, but
Let's get this show on the road if everybody.
and then I can finally fuck off to bed.
Okay, so for me, the way I approach this entire situation is I need to determine, based upon our legislation, our Article 8 against cruel and unusual punishment and Stake v. Jack Oswald White. What needs to be determined here is if there are aggravating factors to warrant a death penalty to begin with. And in review of our case law and the facts and circumstances surrounding this case, there are absolutely multiple prongs that are hit.
Hell yeah.
Specifically, the act of luring one of the victims under the guise of a flower delivery so that they could fall victim to fear. That hits the prong of carrying out their felony A by means of lying in wait. In this particular proceeding, they were convicted of multiple felony A's, not just one. I think we had, 7 total? With that, they also committed their felony A offense in an especially heinous, atrocious, cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. This is scene after scene with dismemberment, mutilation, things under people's fingernails. Unfortunate for the people that did survive, they had their Achilles tendon cut, and for me, that makes me squirm. I've seen firsthand what happens to a person that has their Achilles tendon severed, and it is. Fortunately, those people did not die at the hands of fear, but they are going to have a long road to recovery ahead of them with injuries such as that. I heard a lot of testimony and a lot of victim statements by the officers working this case, the counselors, the amount of hours, manpower that was put into this. We have medical opinion on record, and we have the opinions of not one, not two, but multiple members of our veterinary association, and they're speaking outcries for the animals who cannot speak for themselves. What really irks me is that there is not one person here other than the officers and counselors working this case who spoke on behalf of the 7 deceased people. And these are not just your average run-of-the-mill citizens. There are multiple individuals here, one who worked for a business in our city and has close relationships with quite a few people, enough so that they were texted by fear when she got a hold of their phones to further torment them into their demise. We have an EMS who, at the end of the day, we need to cherish any and all medical professionals that we have in our city, because when people befall illnesses or run into people such as this who want to harm them, or even just simply out there having a good time and they forget to eat or drink, those medical professionals are the ones that respond to them, and we are now down 1 because of the acts of the defendant here. I completely agree that the animals in this case, they did not deserve what happened to them. They did not know what happened to them, and for the surviving animal we have, Brutus, he has a long road to recovery ahead of him as well. But on the flip side, these people, they had conscious thought as these actions were being undertaken. they were tortured, the amount of pain that they experienced, the amount of emotional pain that they probably went through knowing that this was going to be the last time that they ever got to take a breath of air cannot be understated. With that in mind, I heard the pleas of the very select few that wanted to speak on behalf of or against the death penalty and more in favor for a life sentence. However, we do not have a solid rehabilitation program. We do not have the individuals who have taken up the just cause to try and rehabilitate some of these individuals who are shown to be potentially beyond reproach. And at the end of the day, when you cross a line that there is no coming back from, in our jurisdiction, truthfully, the death penalty is the only punishment that we have that can fit the crime. So for me, I do rule in favor of the death penalty for the defendant, Fear Phospholite.
Yeah.
I guess it's my turn. More and more into the case, even when I was actually out of the jury for this, prior to me being entered back into it today, due to Van Dorsus signing the no-show. I realize more and more as I read more and more of these reports and more things I read about Fear doing, from sewing wolves' heads on the humans' bodies and putting a human, putting an animal inside of an animal inside of a human. Fear Phospholite, I realized as I've gone through these, I hate you. I hate the fact that you're even living, actually. You make me sick. You shouldn't be alive. You should not breathe the air, the same air that we breathe, and you are scum. With that being said, I'm also going to be ruling for the death penalty.
Thank you.
All right. Short and sweet and straight to the point. So I echo what Roland Schaap said about the aggravating factors. We have essentially, in order to even be eligible for the death penalty at all, there are 8 aggravating factors per our case law that must be, at least one of which must be met. In this case, we have 3. I think in Stephen Alexander's case, we had 3 or 4. In Norman Jaden's case, I think there were 2. I want to say 2. But in this case, just to briefly go through the factors, some of you are probably already familiar with our 8 factors, but I'll just go through them one by one so everyone is aware. Factor number 1 is that the felony A offense was intentional and carried out for financial gain. This is basically our hitman statute. Like, if somebody pays you money to go assassinate a person, and you're like, all right, say less.
Joy,
you go and assassinate
please
that
do not
person,
go on an hour
that's an
reel
aggravating
about
factor.
this. I want to go to bed.
Factor number 2, which Sharp touched on, is when you intentionally carry out the felony A by means of lying in wait. That's essentially kind of like the ambush statute, like you sat there and you waited or you lured someone in to kill them. That one was met by Amber Harper's death. She was lured in deliberately using Kai Otani's phone, ordering a flower purchase from Bloom and Harvest. Number 3, the defendant was convicted previously of any felony A offense. That one's a no. Fear Phospholite has no felony offenses on her record until now. The defendant in this proceeding has been convicted of more than one felony A offense. Okay, well, that one's met because she's been convicted of 7 felony A offenses all at the same time. So that one very easily met. This one and the preceding one are basically just if you already had one bite at the felony A apple and then you do it again, it's kind of like okay, maybe it's time to kill you. Sort of, that's kind of the underlying logic behind that. Next one is very long, and I'm not really going to read it out in full, but it's basically the bombing statute. If you use a bomb, and in the course of using a bomb, you kill a person, and you did that knowingly and intentionally, or with reckless disregard for people's safety, that's an aggravating factor. We don't like people using bombs or other, mass destructive devices it's an aggravating factor that is considered, for the death penalty. The next one, committed for the purpose of avoiding or preventing lawful arrest or perfecting or attempting to perfect an escape from lawful custody. This is basically the escaping from prison statute. This is one that Kurt Ambrose would have been hit with had he been taken alive and stood trial. Basically, if you try and break out of police custody or prison or jail or really anything like that, and you do so by killing a person, or let's say you're being hunted by law enforcement for another crime and law enforcement is about to get you, and then you kill a person, you kill one of the law enforcement agents to get away, this factor is met. Now, the next one is basically kind of like a retaliation for official government act. If you're a peace officer, an EMT, a doctor, a firefighter, law enforcement, a judge, or some kind of elected official, and you kill someone specifically in retaliation or prevention of that person's official duties, that one's met. In this case, this one would have been met if Sati Kai had been murdered, but thankfully Sati Kai did not die and lived, and therefore this aggravating factor is not met. And the reason why it would have been met is because it's very clear that Sati Kai was targeted in order deliberately and specifically to try and impede the investigation. That's why Sati was targeted. The seventh factor is essentially the killing of a witness. If someone witnesses you do a crime and then you kill that person specifically because they witnessed that crime so that they don't testify against you in court, that's an aggravating factor. We don't like people killing witnesses. And then the last one is kind of our catch-all, especially heinous, atrocious, cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity, blah, 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 blah. At least 6 of the 7 murders qualify for this one. The only murder that is potentially even debatable in this case would be the Robert Scott murder. The only individual who wasn't, posed like a marionette after his death. He was just kind of killed and brutalized. 3 factors, which is 2 more factors than what's necessary in order for death penalty to be on the table. So at that point, then we have to consider, okay, is the death penalty appropriate in this case? If we compare it to previous cases,
by a
Norman
long
Jayden
fucking
was kind of
margin.
an outlier because Norman Jayden was, I think, before we actually standardized our aggravating factors. Norman Jayden actually didn't even kill anyone. Norman Jayden just forced a bunch of people to eat hands and like other weird shit. And so he got beheaded for that. The only other real point of comparison is Stephen Alexander. Killed and tortured 3 people. Killed and tortured, God, was it 3 or 2 people? And then tortured several more afterwards. Those are kind of the only individuals that have actually been put to death. Everyone else, like, for instance, Billy Sprinkle, like, God, who was it? There was someone else who was up for the death penalty recently. Orc Schilling. And there was another person that I'm thinking of whose name I can't remember. But those kind of more, I don't know, for lack of a better way to put it, typical murders. Historically, the court has not really found the death penalty to be appropriate in those cases. With our case law history, we've kind of drawn a bit of a line in the sand, right? If this is like a, I don't know, again, for lack of a better way to put it, like a bog standard crime happen, police respond, shootout occurs, cop dies in course of shootout, absent anything else, usually these people end up getting life in prison. We haven't put anyone like this to death yet so far. All of the people that we've put to death are the sort of outliers, the individuals that go and, you know, go on killing sprees or kill people in especially gruesome and deliberate ways. Things like that. Even folks like Billy Sprinkle, who killed and then killed again. I didn't think it was appropriate to sentence him to death, because although he has 2 bodies to his name, that to me feels a lot more like a life in prison situation. Ideally, if we had been asking for it for so long and it still hasn't come, but I really want a mine, because a mine would be a very convenient place, a very productive place, you know, to put certain individuals, but we don't have a mine. And we don't have a solitary ward in the prison either, at least a long-term solitary ward. So we don't really have any other things that we could really use as an alternative for those people who are just so unrepentant, so unredeemable that we kind of have to...
God's sake, yeah,
we kind of have to put them somewhere where they're never going to come back from.
This has been as long as the
The only real
trial.
option that we have for those kinds of people who cross that line from the more... Again, murder is never routine, but there's not really a better way to put it, especially with the number of people with murder convictions in our city. But there's not... There kind of has to be a line between the sort of, again, mundane murder and the kind of inexcusable horror and torment a select few people have risen for. So I'm in agreement with my 2 panelists that in this case, death is kind of really the only option. Again, if we had a mine, my option would be an enthusiastic send her to the mines. But unfortunately, that's just not an option. Sometime in the future, we will have the mine, and everything will launch into a new golden age of prosperity, where we can put people in the mines instead of, you know, incarcerating them. They can, you know, rehabilitate themselves with hard labor, or not even necessarily hard labor, just productive labor.
They become Gollum.
So that brings us to the execution, the date. How are you gonna do it? What are you gonna do? To be blunt with everyone, we didn't even really talk about it. We haven't really decided what we want to do for execution, how it's gonna happen, when it's gonna happen, anything like that. That's something that we're gonna feel out in the coming days, but I did have an idea. What happens afterwards. So, there's not really a way I can put this that doesn't make me sound like a psychopath, so I'm just gonna say it. I want to turn fear phosphophyllite into pigment.
Joy. I'm listening.
We're going to turn fear phosphophyllite into pigment. Now, whether that is the method of execution or whether that's something that happens afterwards, that remains to be seen. And thankfully, considering fear, well, I guess not really thankfully, but you get the thing. Anyway, because fear has basically killed all of her next of kin, that means there's actually no one to claim custody over Fear's remains, which automatically means that those remains become property of the state, which is really the only reason why I can legally do this. But I'm going to turn Fear into pigment. And what's going to happen is we're going to have an art competition. So every artist in the city who you know knows how to paint or knows how to draw, we're going to set up a application in the MDW where you all can submit your works of art, and the Department of Justice, in collaboration with probably other government departments, will come together and we'll pick the winner, and then the winner will have the ability to actually paint it, you know, using Fear's pigment, and they're going to paint this picture. And you might be wondering, well, where is this picture going to go? Well, especially those of you who are frequenters to Paleto, there is an empty portrait. There's 6 portraits hanging in the Paleto courthouse. 5 of them are already occupied.
Respectfully, Your Honor, we don't want her in Paleto. This gives her a legacy she doesn't deserve.
This is exactly what she is wanting, Joy.
Is
That's what
joyous
she
about the idea of
wants.
becoming pigment.
Oof.
This is the kind of
quite
spectacle
literally
everyone asked you not to
exactly
do.
What she is wanting.
This sounds like sex serial killer stuff.
I urge you, please, do not fucking do this.
Keep it simple. Just let her end.
Does not have to be.
What a way to turn this into a spectacle.
If
Do not
I
give it to her.
if I may,
Your Honor.
Justice Joy, I was here for the Stephen Alexander verdict. I think this is similar to that equation where it is exactly what the person wants as far as a spectacle. I do not want them to have a spectacle. I think the Stephen Alexander case, as far as their execution, was a mistake, and my professional opinion would be to have this not be in the case that you have ruled. My professional opinion would be to keep things very close to hand. Sorry, radio. But
Being a
just
buzzkill.
She got excited
keep things
when you
very,
said she would
very,
become
very
pigment.
close.
Just quietly exit here without telling anyone about that. Is that good?
speak? Shoot her in a private room and then flush her down the toilet.
If you,
May I
If
speak?
you'd speak, yeah.
Motherfucker, if you ever read any of the fucking reports, you'd know that that's exactly what she wants. So shut the fuck up.
This is really kicking something though.
Can everyone hear me?
Nora.
Yes, Your Honor.
So I am a Justice Nora Dupre. I understand what Supreme Justice Joy is going for. What I will say is that I will be highly disrespected if there's a portrait or art used with the pigment of this filth, and I do mean that. Fear, you're fucking filth. You're garbage. That you
Gotta give him credit. He turned this into a more of a spectacle than it already was.
That. You don't deserve that. What I do think we can do is encourage the artists of San Andreas to make sidewalk art instead, so people step on you, and that some way you will fade. People just walk and forget about you. So I will leave that to the judges and justices, but perhaps sidewalk art is better than just a portrait.
Back everything negative I said about that woman.
Again, I respect all of you on
Still
the
what she
panel. The thing
wants.
is, this decision is literally what she wants. This is what she has wanted since the beginning. Hold on, Chad. This is exactly what she has wanted since the beginning. Her literal crimes have been committed in the name of art. You are giving an artist, quote unquote, terrible fucking art, the literal thing that she wants. You are handing it to her on a silver fucking platter.
Do it and cremate her and send her on her way so we can all move on with our lives. She doesn't deserve a
Unannounced.
legacy or to be
If-
remembered.
Unannounced,
If-
unmarked.
If I may, I am the leader of the commander of the Bolingbrook Rapid Response Team.
Of the AMA
Uh,
meetings, we understand.
And realistically, in the case of potential executions, we hold right on that. And if it ends up being a shooting squad, In my professional opinion, to basically give no sort of right and no enjoyment for this person. I believe potentially a shooting squad could be arranged, and I think it is more proper that that is done rather than the proposed arrangement. If you'll take that into consideration, I will happily have it sorted. Just let me know.
You know, I
thank
perfectly
you.
would agree with that. However, I have already brought that up on Twinsta before, and somehow when she was in prison had a phone and responded when I said that it would honestly be beautiful art to see her brains on the fucking wall behind her. She literally responded and said, yes, that would be beautiful art. Again, giving her exactly what she wants. Lethal injection, let her go, and fucking move on. Like, not move on, but we need to not give her what she wants on a silver platter.
I say put her in a meat grinder, turn her into dog food, and she can turn into the shit she is.
Executions don't need to be performances.
And then a meat grinder
be
seems like a bit of a
performative.
performance.
Be in the name
Fuck
of
up
art.
here.
I
No one
just wanted
cares
to
what you have to say.
before Dory
clearly
responds to all
do.
this, just push out for a moment here. I pitched
Respectfully.
Chad.
Chad, please.
Chad.
Sorry.
Just stop. Back up. I pitched Panther Death. Wasn't agreed on. That's all I'm gonna say.
You told me to back up for that shit.
Can someone take Chad's gun away? I don't.
Yeah, Chad.
The
don't know,
simple
I
fact here is
don't-
that she wants her death to be a spectacle. If you turn it into one joy, you're giving her exactly what she wants. And you're making sure that she is remembered instead of the people and the animals that she hurt. What you need to do, lock her in a box, execute, and never tell the rest of the state how you did it. Let nobody else hear anything else about her after she leaves this room. That's what needs to happen.
Perfectly fine with that.
100%.
We could tie an anchor.
Nobody
to
opposed
her
just
ankle
taking
and
her out
just,
back
you know,
and putting a bullet in her
kick
head.
her
and
off into the
leaving her.
water and watch
Why
her
not
sink.
have the execution right now? Here.
If I had a knife right now.
Jesus.
It's a spectacle. It's what she wants.
That's
Cannot
she
give
wants.
her what she wants.
We could just launch her into human labs and see what happens.
Then she comes back as
finally
a
be
zombie.
useful.
There's nothing wrong with a simple execution.
It's funny in a way.
So take some time
Need
for
to be a
suggestions
fucking
on what to be
show.
done.
This all
Sounds
have been
good.
quite delightful.
The best I can do.
Didn't like that one.
Bed of nails.
Get a pin. Throw it at her.
I'm standing right here,
He's
Alex.
trying to probably,
Riot.
start selling tickets to the show.
you.
Fill their own
Honestly.
pockets, probably.
Here's my thing, right? We tie an ankle. Wait, sorry, we tie an anchor to her ankle, and then we
Think.
push her out into the water, right? No
That's what I thought.
And she just slowly fucking drowns
Can I take one for the team?
into the abyss of the ocean.
Not allowed to have guns
No
anymore.
light.
So I
nothing
can't
to
do it.
see, darkness. All the way down, slowly watching
Don't throw your chakra signs at me.
I think he does. Right?
That's what I think should happen.
Crematorium, yeah, prison. Oh, unless I'm wrong.
I am surprised we've not had anybody draw a gun or something at this point. I'm genuinely surprised that this has stayed active this civil.
Chad, do you have a crematorium in the prison? Saying you have a crematorium in the prison. Is that true?
Negative. We do not have a crematorium in
Why would they have a crematorium in the prison? That's
No,
not gonna work.
we do not have that. Swear?
We have an incinerator.
Yeah, we have the incinerator at we have the incinerator at Beaver Bush.
Oh, I was gonna say there's one at Eclipse.
The hospital also has it, and then
Yeah.
there's a mortuary.
Beaver
too.
Bush has an incinerator?
for the animals.
Yeah, they have for like
Yeah,
over a year.
road
We had that since I was in animal control before I became a cop.
We actually have 2 of them.
The hell?
I am
Big
so
rat-
surprised
rat
there hasn't been
animals, but you can't
gunfire
always
in this
save
so
them.
far yet.
To fit a
Like,
couple-
genuinely. There are whole groups here that. Surprised this hasn't turned into a gunfight
A
yet.
couple of these in it.
We've had to cremate deer. A lot of them.
What?
Like 8 of them.
Oop. And he's done.
Say we death by incineration at a undisclosed date. But nobody is there for the spectacle of movies. Apparently, they really don't want to be here for it. So. So just do it on an undisclosed date without telling anyone and continue on. They don't want the spectacle of it, so they're big.
Yeah, so now they're figuring out how they're gonna do it, I guess.
They should figure that out in private.
That's why they want to turn her into pigment. Oh, like that.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I'm genuinely surprised there hasn't been gunfire yet. Genuinely surprised. Gunfire, Molotov, something I would have thought would have happened by now.
Alright, we're gonna use the incinerator at the hospital. Work for everyone.
Completely anonymous and unannounced, yeah.
I'm half
The hospital
expecting.
is
I half
undisclosed date. No one needs to know when they die.
expended by the end of this to end up in the hospital
What are you
myself,
gonna do with the ashes?
being caught in a crossfire or.
How is she going to die though?
Incinerator.
That's you're gonna burn her alive, or
greater.
I think the gas knocks you out first, right?
You actually pass out from the shock that your body goes through.
Mm-hmm.
Being alive is not actually as inhumane as it sounds.
Yeah, don't you typically like burn your insides, your lungs from the sheer heat that you inhale from?
One of 2 things will happen. Either the carbon dioxide poisoning will knock you out, or you'll go into shock because your nerve endings are in so much pain and you'll just pass out.
Well, carbon monoxide it is.
It just
Watch
hit a lot of
how
carbon monoxide.
Freddy Krueger was made, though. Do y'all really want to risk
Bard's
the
got a good
Krueger
point, actually.
situation?
Fucking.
Freddy Krueger's not real.
She doesn't have half the charisma or
I
intelligence
am.
Freddy Krueger had, so.
Can we just fucking kill her?
I don't know about how that's how Freddy Krueger was made.
Your friend there has a gun. Do it.
I don't know the backstory.
Come on, Ash.
Fell into a-
Do it.
Yeah, he was in the house
It'd
fire.
be so easy. Nothing would happen to you.
Please stop trying to tell people to kill
Keep
you.
your fucking mouth shut.
No.
Yeah.
Otis, can we take her downstairs yet?
I don't know.
Recognizing the
Neither of you
audience.
have anything to say to him?
Come on.
Alright.
I am so surprised there's been no gunfire yet. Genuinely.
The sentencing hearing is now adjourned. Death by
Genuinely.
incinerator. Coming
Undisclosed
soon,
date.
TM.
I know after it happens.
Genuinely so surprised that there's been no gunfire and that Ophelia hasn't ended up in the hospital somehow,
There
being
you
caught in the
are. Thank
crossfire.
you all for coming. This case is now adjourned.
That's just injury, so they were injured at some point. They've not been treated by a doctor. It's exacerbated because one of the graphical things I have is enhanced.
Oh god, if they come back as a Freddy Krueger.
Yeah, you'll be fine. Yeah, it's because I've got an a better gore part of my visual stuff, so it's gonna look even worse. But hey, we'll be fine.
I'm gonna pass out
Yeah.
and go to sleep in one of
Fair
the
enough.
offices because I don't feel like waiting for a cab
Yeah.
to drive me.
Yeah, fair enough. You'll have a good one.
So, like when you guys, yeah. But like the whole not making a spectacle, I still think there's people who associated with this that do want to be there.
Yeah, I was just coming to ask if I could be advised of when it's gonna happen.
I would like to as well.
When we figure it out, I mean, as legal
Tell people
counsel
that
and,
are put
like,
into
chief
the case,
investigator,
not
we can
the
make
peanut
that
gallery.
I thought you said not like anybody at all, so that's why I was like, can we at least know? But yeah,
I kind of just left that open because here's the thing: is like there's always going to be some people, like no matter what method of execution you choose, there's always going to be some people who are like, "Yeah, that's great," and then there's always going to be other people who are like, "That's terrible. We shouldn't do that." Like you're never gonna please
Yeah.
everyone.
I'm gonna be honest.
If you like, if we
I
said the
love the
exact
pigment
date as to when it
idea.
was gonna happen and shit, like people would just show up to the hospital and try to shoot them before they end up in
Yeah.
December, which is kind of pointless. So.
Yeah, like
That's also a bit of a problem.
yeah. I'm gonna be honest. I still don't like the death penalty, but I'm not gonna speak on behalf of Bird. But I can say some of the things that I've been through over the last 2 weeks, some of the things I've had to experience. It's going to be unique to myself and James, and I'd like to at least make sure be there so I can see that this is done, completely done, and then I can move on.
Yeah, we can certainly open it up to like a select few people, I guess.
Yeah,
like attorney, like investigators, stuff like that. That we're told seems fair.
Whose car it is not around at that time.
Small.
Yeah. I just tell me if somebody is either dead or like still a human, and there's no next of kin. At least try to be present there, despite her unhappiness with us.
Little fish.
It is what it is. But
Why?
yeah.
How you got there?
Like the pigment idea, though, I really, for the record, that was genius.
Yeah,
It's a bummer.
sad.
It was a good
Yeah.
idea in theory, but
Yeah.
I expected a big outcry for it. So.
Yeah, but
Good
sad-
idea. Wrong place for it, probably.
Yeah, sad to say, I think myself and Bird probably know her better than anyone else at this point, and yeah, that would be what she wants.
That's kind of the one thing about though. I don't know. Maybe this is just my personal sort of opinion, but I kind of feel like people have a tendency to overfocus on like what the condemned defendant wants. Like they're dead. They've been they're going to die. They're not going to they're going to cease to exist. Who fucking cares what they want and what they don't want? It's not about what they want. It's about I don't know the thinking or like the kind of like I don't know like logic behind it or like using it as like as a learning moment or a warning or a reminder or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Like for instance, one of the things I was thinking about is like there's a bunch of copycat killers, right? Well, I mean, I don't know about y'all, but if I could, go to a courthouse and point at a picture and be like, yup, that picture was made with pigment from the last serial killer that showed up, that's kind of a powerful warning of like, yeah, maybe don't fucking do that because then you're going to end up like that. Kind of like like a modern artsy equivalent of, like displaying a head on a pike.
Yeah.
But it sounded like there were not a lot of people who were on board with the pigment idea, so well, fine. Not everything needs to be, flashy and whatnot. But see, that's also kind of the thing, right? It's like if we're gonna put someone to death, like we may as well like do something with it because like nobody. I don't know. Nobody in the DOJ wants like a somber, execution with like a priest, saying a final prayer while the person's, family members and close friends are, crying and sobbing behind a plexiglass window as they, watch their, loved one get a cyanide injection, and then it turns out the cyanide injection actually goes south and they start convulsing and have seizures powerful enough to break their spine because it wasn't administered properly, and like no one fucking wants to deal with that. No
Or
one
the
wants to
Green
deal
Mile
with
thing.
that. What we want to deal with is we want a helicopter to blow someone up. That's what we want. We want to blow someone up with a helicopter. We want panthers to tear at their flesh.
But again, as much as I don't like the death penalty, I also don't want to be in this courtroom for another one of these anytime soon either.
It's usually like a once in a year thing.
Joy, you can't be surprised at the visceral that rendering received. Come on.
I mean, I'm not necessarily surprised, but I am.
It's tradition.
I'm not surprised that there was a reaction to it, but I'm a bit surprised at the degree of the reaction to it.
That's what I meant. You can't be surprised at the degree of that. When it comes to the animal mutilation, come on. Yeah, you had 4 vets pop up.
I'm still a bit surprised.
Yeah.
I think I have some questions about some of the stuff regarding the animal stuff, mostly because that was my focus, but also I might just ask those another time because this has been a long night.
Yeah, speaking of which, I'm going to go to my RV and drink myself to sleep.
I'm gonna go sleep under a desk and then I don't know. Talk to a doctor about robot as. Thank you, Your Honors. Y'all have a great night.
Yeah.
I think
You
you
too.
need. I think you need a.
Yeah, y'all.
I think you need some
Listen,
rest.
as somebody who can understand what you went through, go do what you got to do. Find your own peace, because at this point, you deserve it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, Sharp.
Yeah.
Judge Sharp.
Not. Yeah. I both can't. I wouldn't want to wish to tell you some of what we've had to hear over the last 2 weeks.
Oh, I do not envy your position.
Okay, then, friend.
Whew. There we go. This shit is done. And yeah, some of that stuff at the end, she really pushed it to be on being fucking creepy and nasty.
Do that shit. I was fought by Joy at every turn.
Like some of that shit she said to me and James at the end there. Fucking hell. Well, that's doubling down and making a story from a serial killer to be really nasty, right? But hey, that's RP and good storytelling. And fuck, as the lawyers, we've been through hell and we've put on a great show and told a great story. So yeah, can't ask for more than that. Get my car back and parked up so it don't get towed again, and then I'm going the fuck to sleep. Because it is 6 AM again. Somehow that verdict and sentencing took as long as the fucking trial.
Hi, is the doctor in?
Yeah, speed trap. Like, to be fair, even if they put me on the speed trap, like, oh, fuck you, bro. You weren't there. There we go. So anyway, everybody that's come through tonight, I appreciate it. You know, not the most entertaining of nights, but hey, it's, you know, court, it's legal RP, it's the culmination of what's been a long ass rough story. Thank you all, and